And there we are. Sorry for the short delay. I had to quickly grab some food and all that. But yeah, everything should be alright. Yeah, sorry about yesterday. I just had a ton of shenanigans happening, and then I just was not having the energy for it by the end of the day. So yeah, I kind of decided to kind of put a pause on it, and come back to today with the planned stream and just cancel Void Train for, I guess, for the rest of the year. That is, we'll probably just go back continue on in January, which is fine, because I want to be done with Mythras. So yeah, that's kind of why I want to focus with all this, and also do a bit of other content. Thankfully today I feel better, even though I had like a rough start of the morning. Something that I ate last night just did not agree with me, and yeah, hopefully, but by the looks of it, I did a quick few meds here and there, and just being a bit careful about it, and fine. So yeah, at the very least we should be able to do this stream, because I would have been I would have felt kind of bad canceling another 2 streams in a row. At the very least I wanted this one to be happening. So yeah, yesterday's cancel was mostly because this weekend my ID is about to expire, so I went through the process and measures to have all of that set up and all that. Last week went on and did the usuals, had a photo, submit some information about it and all that. Plus I swapped it with a newly mandated electronic version than what I have in my old analog, let's call it, ID, which is just a piece of cardboard, no more than anything. And it takes around a week for it to arrive. I got an email, I think, on Thursday about it, but it was kind of around the closing hours. Although apparently the office specifically for IDs retrievals, it was actually a longer hour, so I probably could have gone there. But anyways, it is what it is, and went through a ton of shenanigans. Also, hello there, how you doing? Hope you have a nice Saturday, or whatever time it may be. If you want to chat, you can chat. If you want to lurk, you can lurk. That's completely fine by me. So feel free to do whatever. We're just doing a quick warm up and just talking about my bureaucracy shenanigans. Because yeah, I did not realize it has actually extended hours for a Thursday, the retrieval office specifically, and only on a Thursday. So yeah, I just said, okay, fine, I'll go Friday morning. I woke up way earlier than I usually do, even though I've had a pretty long night and all of that. So yeah, just popping in some streams while doing some work, getting stuff done before tonight. Oh, that's fine, that's fair, that's fair. Good luck with whatever you're doing. No worries, as I said, lurkers are appreciated here, and I understand I'm the same kind of individual. I need background noise while I'm doing stuff. Be it somebody talking, be it music, be it whatever. Honestly, it kind of depends on what exactly I'm doing. If it's something that requires a bit more mental functions, like I need to kind of think on things, I prefer to have something that is minimal on the voice, nothing. It's mostly just noise, because voices kind of get me a bit distracted, or I kind of focus a bit too much on the voice, especially in songs. I kind of start to kind of tune into the song, so I kind of lose focus. But on any activities that it's mostly just motor functions or other things that don't necessarily require me to put too much thought into it, just me doing some task, would be like cleaning or some stuff like that, then yeah, I just listen to things that are of whatever situation. But yeah, yeah, I decided to go on a Friday instead, and I was like, okay. I went on. There was another person, some younger fella, I think probably just getting their ID or just of age or something like that. We were waiting at the front door and all that. He went in. I stopped, and then a few other people came in. Apparently, there was you had one of those ticket order things that you had to kind of take. I was not aware of it because the door had nothing. It didn't say anything. It's literally the offices are in a mall, basically in a hallway. Like all of the offices are accessible through a hallway, and it's not like some bigger building where you go inside and you're informed. So yeah, apparently somewhere at the turning point in that hallway, there was the apparatus that gave you like the ticket for your for your queue and all that. I just didn't know. I was like, okay, fine, I'll take a ticket now. And decided, I'm gonna be fair with all of it. They went, even though they went out, they came after me. They took a ticket, I didn't. I was like, okay, go on ahead. You took a ticket. They went in, did their things. I went in, started doing the process. Not gonna go too much into it, but a part of the process with the new electronic IDs apparently is that you also have some sort of like signature PIN numbers. And you have to set those up. I set up those PIN numbers, and all that was left, from what I've been told, was just me offering a digital signature and then be off. Apparently, at the moment when we finalized the PIN and we were about to go into the section to do the digital signature, the server crashed. The governmental server shut down. Literally in the middle of it. I was right there, and I, the civic worker there even told me that literally I just had to do the digital signature, and that was kind of it. I would have been off at that point. I could have taken the ID and be out. And it just shut down. I stood there for up until the closing hours, which being a Friday, it's a short shift. So that was even worse. Nothing. At the very least, we confirmed that the PIN numbers have been registered, because when we did another attempt a bit later in the day, just to see if everything fixed. And apparently the issue was that, yeah, you can do the PIN setup, but apparently whatever server or functionalities handle the signatures and be sent off to the, I don't know, to the main office in the capital, that was just bonk. That was just no longer operational, and we just could not finalize the process, and I could not take in my ID, because I'm guessing there's some back-end things. I'm not sure exactly why I'm not able to like take the ID if I don't do that digital signature, even though the rest of the security process has been done. I'm guessing it's some sort of like at the very least they have the notice that the ID has been relinquished and all that. I don't know, maybe there's also some back-end things that unlock the chip, maybe, I do not know. So I just couldn't do it, and I was so annoyed because I realized that if I was a bit more of an asshole and I was not good, the road to hell is paved with good intentions and all that. If I was like, hey, I came here first, is it alright if I jump in before you? I would have had the ID done if I knew that. If I was a bit more, hey, let me just jump in. And let me jump in forward, because technically I've been here for a lot longer than you arrived, even if I didn't take a queue number. So I would appreciate that. And nothing. No, I just had to be a civilized individual and play fair and all that, and just be annoyed with it. And now I just do not have my ID this weekend. My current ID expires, which is a bit annoying because I had to. I have some bank accounts frozen. Because of my expiring ID, and I just cannot deal with it until I have it. So that's a lot of fun. So yeah, I have to deal with that next week, right before the holidays. Thankfully, the ID is there. I just need to finalize the process. It's not going to be that big of a deal, as long as the servers do not shut down again. Because honestly, this shutdown was the second of this week. Because I remember as I was checking the website to see the progress for my for the ID's arrival and all that. I think on Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken, the servers were shut down for most of the day. You just could not access the websites and anything, the governmental things. We have probably one of the best infrastructures, at the very least in Europe. But apparently, when it comes to anything governmental maintenance, we are just piss poor at it. So I was really annoyed because I just wasted my hours and got really tired because I woke up early and I was like really tired by the end of it. I just stood around hoping that maybe for a split second the servers are gonna be functional, and I can just be done with it because I just didn't need to do much else. But no. So yeah, I'll have to go on Monday morning. I'm legit. I think I'm gonna wake. I'm just gonna go from 10 the fuck a.m. I don't care. I just want to have it done because I'm sick of this. It's been it's been too long. Yeah, I was like really annoyed by that. I was about to be done. But yeah. So that's kind of like a, yeah, so because of that, because I was like really tired, I got held up a bit afterwards, because I did make like a stream announcement yesterday, but before I was about to jump into the stream, I got held up with a few other things, and by the end of it, I got tired, and I was like, yeah, I don't really have the energy for it today, so I'll just not do it, and delay the RPG stream for today. And we're pushing Void Train, the continuation for the playthrough, probably next year in January, most likely, because as I said before, I want to be done with Mythras, so we're gonna stream it next week as well before the holidays, and also I want to jump into Warframe a bit more on Monday. So yeah, that's kind of the plan. So I pushed today to actually have the Mythras RPG talks and all that. But yeah, before we got into all of this, because I also did say that I have a short-ish announcement, which for all of you who's probably been here a bit more often, or at least know the layout of my streams and all that, you might have noticed a new command and some new like a new extra panel, and probably even on the socials, some new details on the bio. That is because if you use the starforge command, now you are going to have access to an affiliate link for it. Yep, Starforge Systems has reached out to me to ask like, hey, would you like to be an affiliate of ours? Here's how you can apply. I went through the process, I got approved, so yeah, I think I got approved yesterday, something like that. So yeah, I did all the setup, and I am an affiliate of Starforge Systems, which for all of you who do not necessarily know, Starforge Systems is a US-based company, if I'm not mistaken, who deals with custom-made PCs. You can also get certain peripherals and all that sort of things accessible. Even though, yes, I know I'm EU and most of my audience is EU based, I checked it. I checked their website. They do have international shipping, so you know, you can acquire the systems and all that from across the globe. You shouldn't be worried. I think most of EU is covered without problems. So yeah, I am a Starforge affiliate. If you go to that link, 5% of the commission goes towards me, so you're also going to support this channel by doing so. That's basically it. That's the quick announcement. I'm an affiliate. I have an affiliate link. If you use my link to make a purchase on the Starforge website, whatever it may be, you want a PC upgrade and you don't necessarily want to deal with the anxiety that is building your own system, which I can understand, especially if you want to have it like your first ever system and you don't want to go too heavy into it. Go ahead and do that, or maybe you want some cool peripherals, because I've seen they have like mouse pads, a few peripherals of certain partnerships with some decent brands like Asus, Lenovo, that kind of thing. So monitors and all that. So you can also have like a full-on built system. I think they have also like image plates for like cases you can slap on the cases, but I think they're custom made for their own cases, for the cases that they have. I'm not fully sure. You'll probably have to double check that. So yeah, purchase that you made, 5% of your purchase goes also towards me, so you're helping this channel out. But yeah, that's kind of it. That's it. That's not much else about it. I appreciate for Starforge for reaching out and doing all this shenanigans. But yeah, that's basically it. I don't think I have much else to say about it. There is technically, when I checked, there should be also a coupon, but I don't think it works as a coupon, the adreancard, because, you know, if you go to starforgesystems.com/adreancard, that's the affiliate page, which, you know, they lets them know that I've sent you to their website. But I don't think there is a coupon code, even though my platform says I have one. From my understanding, it doesn't work as a coupon, so yeah, it's just an affiliate link. So go through that instead. I'll have to probably clarify that on some of the other places where I have this put together. On here, it's completely fine. So yeah, if you use the command, you get access to the affiliate link. The panel with the StarForge systems also on Twitch also links you directly to it if you click on it. Some descriptions also have the affiliate link as well, and some of my socials also mention of it, but it's not linked. YouTube, I think on my YouTube bio, it's also linked as if you want to, and also in all the YouTube description things. But yeah, that's that's kind of it when it comes to this. So yeah, I'm actually honored to be reached out and all of this. So if you are ever inclined, you now have a place where you can look for PC things and also support me. That's basically it. But anyways, shilling aside and sponsorships and all that, put to the side. Sorry, I'm stuttering for some reason. Outside of that, I'm not sure if there's anything else to quickly talk about. Hour before we actually get into the topic of today. It's mostly guys, to be fair, as I said before, we are getting pretty close to the end of the year. As I mentioned before, this week, even though I've canceled the stream, this week has been the last week for me for streaming, the last full week of streaming. I'm also gonna stream next week for during Monday and Tuesdays, right before the holidays. And that's gonna be it. Those are gonna be the last streams of December. Then I'm gonna be back early January, I think on January 2nd and 3rd, the first Friday and Saturday of January. I'm gonna be back with another like half week stream, and then afterwards from 5th of January onwards, we're gonna be back to our usual full-length schedule. So yeah, because of that, mostly it's just me catching up with a few things, finalizing some stuff that I've kind of like, put together. As I said, I've started also kind of to make a few collages here and there for some of the clips and highlights that I've posted as shorts into like a fuller compilation type of longer format video on YouTube. And I've slowly worked on them, and I have quite a few of them already scheduled. Up until January, everything should be covered. Until the start of January, I have at the least a video scheduled. There is one today that has been just made public a bit ago, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, not today. Yesterday, it has been made public, and I think I forgot to make like an announcement for it. That is my bad, but I'll put it here. Well, highlights. Oops. I was about to put a wrong thing. Second, making sure I have this put correctly. So yeah, I made a quick compilation of some of the highlights I've collected during my WoW Classic streams. There's not many of them because I've had like a big break of not doing any clips, and I've started more consistently getting clips from streams and highlights somewhere like early in the year, and then I had like a because of like live things and live stuff, I had like a big break of not doing clips for like a few months. So it's not really a full timeline, or at the least a quick idea of how my WoW Classic experience has been, but it's a few moments here and there that you can watch and enjoy. Today there's gonna be like another one scheduled, which is a highlight from the Buckshot Roulette live stream that we did last week. It's basically my first ever round of playing Buckshot Roulette, which has been quite interesting when it comes to outcome and all that. So that's also scheduled. It's mostly just a quick chunk of the stream put together as a highlight, and then from that point on, once every week, at the very least for now on, I have a few more put together. There's still a few more highlights for me to deal with. I think no, I already did a doing at the best one, which is going to be actually this Monday. I'm gonna have a 9 Souls scheduled, you know, highlight moment as well. That one is like really short because again, 9 Souls was also one of the games where it got caught between the break of no clips. And also in early January, there's gonna be a compilation of all the horror shenanigans that we've done in October for the streaming, plus a few OG clips of it as well. So that's something there to be added. There's a few more things that I'm probably gonna be making like some compilations, some things about it. The Doing Like This is a bit more, is probably the most recent, because a few of the other ones are just mostly backlog things for the time being. Final Fantasy, I'm gonna wait for a bit longer. I'm also gonna make like a Final Fantasy one, but I want to make it once we're done with a Realm Reborn. Once Realm Reborn has been completed, I'm gonna make a full-on, clips and shorts compilation of the entire Realm Reborn experience. Again, with a similar aspect there as well, where it's been, I have a few early moments and then some later moments and whatnot, and that might be it. I'm also debating if I should probably make a tabletop RPG thing compilation. I probably am. I have a few things for like the tabletop stuff that I could probably compile, mostly as kind of, or at the very least I have I have an idea of compiling in 2 styles, because I have a few which are more just funny moments, and I have a few more that are more informational or more kind of like advice based. So I might be doing 2 formats for that one, and that might be it, because I don't think yeah, I think the tabletop might be the last one for the time being, because I'm actually looking a bit through the list right now, and I don't see, because so far I'm either going with a theming or some sort of or based on a category, and make all of that as a full-on compilation. For example, Void Train is gonna be also be made, but once we're gonna be done with the game as well. Similar things with Final Fantasy, and yeah, I don't think for some games that are a bit more on the live service aspect, those are probably going to be put together kind of more in update cycles and something like that. For example, that's kind of what I thought, what I did with the Doing At The one, which is going to be on Monday released. It's basically all the highlights compiled for this version of the game, for the 1.0 like launch version of the game, because the new update is going to come up on the 23rd this week, and the upcoming week. But I'm not going to stream it, because if I'm not mistaken, the update happens pretty late in the day. I would already be on a stream, and I just don't want to, I would like to have a full stream of actually covering the new update, so that's going to be left for the week after in January. So and because of that, and I don't necessarily have anything content related, like stories or events related for Doing At The to kind of like cover, but until the next update hits. So as I said, I kind of want to make a bit more progress in Warframe, so we're gonna do a Warframe stream instead. So yeah, because there's not gonna be any more 1.0 streams of doing another bits. That for that update cycle, I have a compilation already made. I'm also gonna do a similar thing with Warframe, but I'm probably first gonna. Once I'm at the current with the storyline, I might make a compilation then with all the with all the moments. Currently, to be fair, I've just done one stream of Warframe, which has been a lot of fun. I really did enjoy it. The community has been really welcoming and really really friendly on stream, and I did appreciate that. So yeah, I'm excited to jump back into a bit more Warframe on Monday. And aside from that, it's just gonna be a few more like back-end things for me to handle. I want to refresh a bit of the stream layouts, do some other back-end things that I technically had planned for this year, but got delayed. So I'm probably gonna be covering them next. Probably gonna have them handled and finished by next year. But I should they should be done, and because I'm gonna have more than a week or so of no streaming. I'm hopefully somewhere in between the holiday things, I might be able to find like the opportunity, probably between Christmas and the New Year's. I might be able to find like some opportunity to work on some other things to kind of have everything kind of freshened up and updated. Yeah, it's mostly just end of year kind of closings and finalizations and putting things together. But honestly, I would say this, I'm a bit hopeful. I really, even though it's still a bit all over the place here and there, I do recognize that. I myself think that we are. I'm doing a bit better. I'm doing a lot better in the past weeks. I'm keeping up with my with other platforms and other content a lot better than I've done in the past. I think I'm getting back into the groove of things in a way that I think I kind of lost it, mostly because of certain stressors that were happening here and there that kind of were keeping my brain busy and not really clearly focused, that have been dealt with, and a few more other things now that have kind of been trickled together. Yeah, once we're done with all of that, I think I'm hopeful that at the least things are getting better. I'm trying to kind of add a bit more variety to content, and definitely gonna work more towards that in the coming year. And I think I'm expecting and hoping that it's only going to be going up from this point onwards, starting from next year and all that. So things should be nice and fun. Rather like cool stuff to do. But yeah, I think that's more than enough of me of just generally yapping about all of this. So why not also getting ourselves into the topic of today? But a quick thing, as always, I like to give not necessarily a disclaimer, but a clarification on what exactly these specific tabletop RPG streams are. For those who do not know, I'm gonna be out here going through some system rules of a game, or maybe have some sort of other different type of topic if I feel like it, if that's the scenario or that's the situation, to some degree. And I want to make it very clear, this is a place where people just can openly discuss of anything when it comes to tabletop RPGs, be it that talk about like maybe a cool moment that happened maybe in a game, things that you're working on and you want to share with others, but for a fact, for any other person that would probably understand what you're sharing are probably people who should not yet know of what you're working on. For example, if you're a game master and doing some session things and you don't want to spoil your players, but you still want to gush about it, because I think we've all been there, and neither like a person that is understanding of that kind of situation, but that is not necessarily involved or committed to it, be affected. or if you want to be out here asking for some suggestions, advice, help of any kind, I want this to also be a place for people to kind of jump in, ask around, offer advice, and harbor up, helping in welcoming community when it comes to like the tabletopping space. To get a bit of an idea of what I've done and what I'm kind of familiar with. I've started, in 2018, like probably most people out there, with the D&D 5th edition, played and game mastered in equal amounts, let's say, or here and there, for quite a few years. Then, starting from almost 2 years ago, we're slowly clocking into like 2 years, I've started kind of branching out and playing a few other systems. I've been in a few actual plays of some More of Darkness games. I've played some Hunter the Reckoning 1st edition, the Imbued, for those familiar with what that means. Vampire the Masquerade 20th anniversary, of course, because why not? The Vampire vtuber should probably be a bit vampire coded, shouldn't they? But yeah, and also played a bit of Gestalt RPG, which, for those who do not know what Gestalt RPG is, it's kind of a in between, I would say, 5th edition and Pathfinder. I would kind of like, if those games were like two ends of a spectrum, Gestalt RPG would be somewhere in the middle. It's very familiar to the classic D20 system. It has a ton of like similar concepts and ideas to those two. So if you are familiar with either Pathfinder or D&D, you'd easily be able to like jump into Gestalt. And speaking of Pathfinder, I've also played a bit of Pathfinder, the remastered of the 2nd edition. As I said, unfortunately, those games, because those were actual plays that I was part of, are currently on a short hiatus. We should be returning, hopefully, somewhere in the middle of next year. Probably summer of next year. Hopefully, we might be returning to our vampires and Pathfinder shenanigans. But yeah, that remains to be seen. And also of other systems that I've covered here on stream, specifically, I've also talked about the Gestalt RPG here on the streams, and I've had it covered. You can see them on my blog. You can see the archives on the YouTube channel. I also talked about the playtest version of Daggerheart when that was around a year ago. I've covered that. Looked into Lancer, the Bunkers and Badass system, the Borderlands-inspired tabletop RPG. What else? That I've covered a bit more in length, because I'm pretty sure I was like Mythras, the one that we're doing right now, is another. I've had like quick looks at a few quick start booklets as well, things like GURPS, Call of Cthulhu, Candle Obscura, Call to Divinity Lost, Mothership as well. Those have been also received like quick views and quick look at. And then after that, also there might have been something else, but I'm just blanking out right now, or forgetting. Probably not. But anyways, as you can see, I have a bit of diverse knowledge here and there of some RPGs. So even if you're asking for advice for a game that I might have not played, either maybe someone else in chat or me on the stream might have and could offer advice. If not, I can also offer a more generalistic perspective of it that I could of whatever you're asking, and then based on your knowledge and your understanding of the game, you can apply whatever rulings and ideas and concepts you will feel like they would fit, and so on. So yeah, my day is here to harbor a general friendly community that helps each other out and shares their love for tabletop games. And yeah, don't shy away from asking these kind of things. Even though I am covering a specific topic and covering a specific game, that doesn't mean that you are not allowed or you cannot ask for about other game systems. This is just me for just a way for me to have a topic to talk about and to cover in case nobody is here to discuss something or to ask about anything. That's basically it. Because otherwise, from that point onwards, we can just move on with the topic. Of course, I also want to, at the very least to some degree, cover whatever I decide to cover on the day. But it's not necessarily, I'm not gonna discourage in any way you jumping in and asking or talking about a few other game systems. Because I love talking about like tabletops, RPGs. They are a lot of fun, and I do love it, and I do miss it at times to kind of get back into the game and do and do fun shenanigan things of that degree. But yeah, with that introduction put to the side, I think we're also gonna have a quick little overview and recap of the Mythras RPG before we actually jump into the chapter that I want to look at today specifically. Let me just quickly zoom out just so you have a quick view of the cover page. I should also also let me edit things here just in case. I just want the if I don't want. Oh. There we have it. We should be in the clear. Okay, all of this is locked. Want to have it a bit centered if possible. There we go. There you go, sorry. Quick OCD moment, I guess. I should probably make like a specific window capture just for the PDF, so I don't have to constantly edit my window captures every time I'm doing something different, like I don't know, like the occasional YouTube video, you know, react or you know, talky opinions type of thing, like we did with the Game Awards last week, for example. So yeah, but anyhow, so we are talking about the Mythras RPG system. This is a D100 system. It utilizes percentiles when it comes to determining outcome stats and all that. You know, you have to roll equal or lower to the amount given into your stat to succeed. And overall, it's a very modular-esque, I would say, system. A lot, and also quite designed to be also setting agnostic. Every concept and every idea within this game, overall medieval inspired with some elements of folklore and mythology and all of that kind of like you know, a lot of those cultures when it comes to aspects of fantasy or of the fantastical put into it. Like even the kind of example setting, it's not necessarily the canon setting of the booklet, but where the book itself also gives you a few you know, a few examples put into action or like in use with an existing character, and within that character setting they talk about a setting that is heavily inspired by Greek mythology. Sorry, I had to sneeze. And Greek culture. So a few in-game or during play sort of examples. So yeah, but nothing like actually detailed as a setting. My understanding, Mythras does have a, you know, and does have a book that talks about that setting that the developers and creators have designed for it. Have designed around it, but it's not mandatory or required. It's not even detailed in any sort of degree within this booklet. And overall, the way it is designed, it's in a, I would say, almost GURP-esque in a way, but it's not necessarily like GURPS in the sense that you have rulings that you can decide how complex and how difficult you are. More than anything, that is that you have a selection of rules that then it's up to you to decide you know, how many of them you feel like you want to use, how many you do not want to use, and that sort of thing. Not necessarily when it comes to like degrees of complexity. So it's not a requirement to have everything else within this table of content required, especially once we go into things like, you know, economics, game systems. These aspects, you know, they can be limited, and even in some places, for example, even like magic, where you have all sorts of like types of magics. Even there, the book encourages you, like, depending on what setting or in what world you want to create, you might want to restrict some of the options that may not be part of a magic. You might have just a singular magic system that it might be a bit more simplistic and minimal, like the folk magic, which is not too powerful, too powerful form of magic. Or you might have a few selections of them that are inspired in certain ideas, and so on. But that's kind of the aspect of it, and also everything is really well designed into putting thought and putting decisions and putting strategy and into kind of all elements of play. Combat, I think, has a lot more tactical and strategic form to it, because it's an action by action sort of combat, where yes, you do have rounds, but even though you have multiple actions available on a turn, you are not allowed to use more than one until everyone else within the combat round has used their first action. So basically, let's say for example you have 3 actions and you have then a few groups of enemies who have 2 actions. You do your first action, then the enemies do their first actions, then it comes back, you do your second action, the enemies do their second action, and then because you also have a third action, you can also do your third action, and enemies do not do anything. Because they do not have an additional action. So it's an action by action sort of thing, which it's a very different take of taking that kind of immersive concept of, you know, combat is chaotic and ever evolving, and you cannot fully predict every aspect of it, and every moment can shift. So it's an interesting combination of, you know, strategic play and kind of the chaoticness of it. You have a lot more freedom when it comes to like character building, and everything is a bit more ingrained, from elements of community, culture, having important aspects on your character and what abilities they are capable of. Equally, it also encourages you a lot to kind of participate within the world building and you know, setting creation of the game, because yes, as I said here, the book gives you a few templates, a few examples, like for cultures you have barbarian, civilized, nomadic, but the book itself also gives you a template of creating your own culture, because maybe these 3 cultures are either not enough or do not represent what you want to see out of these cultures in the way that you want, and the book itself gives you a template on how to create your own culture and on what to think about it. And not only that, in many other places you have similar things. For magic, I think you have a template as well, or for like things like cults and brotherhoods. So yeah, everything is heavily ingrained into those aspects. Character creation is a bit more flexible, and it allows you to customize a few more different sort of characters. Every skill and ability that you have is a combination of 2 attributes together. So, you know, for example, something that is like athletics, you combine both strength and dexterity to it, which also encourages this aspect where you do not have to load yourself into one sort of skill set to represent the character that is capable. One sort of attribute to represent the character that is capable of that skill set, because in many scenarios a skill set requires multiple high attributes, and you can create a character that can still have that by compensating with a high attribute on one scale than the other. So it allows a bit more of a flexibility. Yes, you can, so meaning that you can have a bit more of a dex focused character but still be very athletic instead of having the classic strength one. And of course there's some other elements that are a bit more in depth about it. I just gave the more easier physical example of it. So it doesn't mean that it doesn't have this kind of feeling that certain stats are heavy loaded either with roleplay or useful skills or anything of the sorts. So that's really helpful. A lot of places where you can create your own thing, create your own game system or your own game world. And so far, as I've said before, we've checked character creation, which is this entire section: characters, culture, communities, and careers. This covers the entirety of like the main part and core part of character creation. Secondary to it, it's also cults and brotherhoods and magic, where if you have a character that is also part of if you decide at character creation to also have your character part of a cult or a brotherhood, that is a gateway for them to have access to magics. Again, this is not a game system which functions on the kind of class or job system. Like, yeah, you have jobs, but those jobs do not determine some sort of like ability features or anything like that. You have skill sets that might be you have acquired, and you might be of different you might have a different degree of proficiency to it, depending on what culture you're part of, what career you have chosen. Your career gives you a few profession exclusive skills, but that's kind of it. And the profession itself might also improve some of your standard skills in how well you perform them, but that's kind of it. It doesn't unlock some sort of like abilities or special features of any sorts. The profession skills, even the profession skills themselves, could be shared across multiple jobs depending on the style of job that you want. So it allows a lot more freedom of customizability, and it doesn't have necessarily that kind of like fantastical of, oh yeah, I'm a paladin, so I have these kind of weapon proficiencies, then I have these kind of like divine sort of magics. No, you are a individual with a career, a job, a past, a history, and some communities that you're part of, and depending on what communities you are part of, you might have obtained certain abilities and certain knowledge. And even within, for example, the cults and brotherhoods, it's not necessarily like some sort of like classical progression system of, you gain XP or levels. No, it's you advancing through the ranks of that brotherhood or cult in order to unlock higher magics, which is, again, it's something that is a lot more ingrained into the roleplay and kind of world aspect of the game. And then necessarily the elements of game systems or gameplay. Yeah, that's technically another part, and we also covered combat and skills in general in some of the other streams. So yeah, it has a decent level of customization, and kind of like represent whatever character you feel like it seems fit. As I said before, it also has a lot of inspiration from like certain cultures and mythologies, and even folklore, especially because we have things like folk magic, which is a lot more kind of like witch style, pagan-esque. Sorceries, which is more akin to what the wizard is, which is learned magics. Mysticism, which is a bit more, if I remember correctly, it's a bit more of a I kind of like call it a bit more kind of like closer to like psychic magics. While animism is a bit more into the spiritual side, and of course theism, which is something very akin to like clerics, paladins, very divine or driven. So yeah, you have different ways of interpreting different aspects of your game, and as I say here, it's more kind of like a selection of tools and rules that you can choose. You can like pick and choose, and what you want to create and how exactly you want to create it. Even I'm guessing even for things like world building and all that, you might gain a few suggestions of what kind of how advanced or how high fantasy your game system your game setting is, or not. I'm guessing a lot of it is it's going to be covered into the game mastery section, which is something we're going to check out probably next week. For today specifically, we are going to look at the game system, which are a selection of rulings and systems or systemics, let's call it, of the general play of Mythras that you might apply within the day-to-day, which could be generalistically applied to your characters or to the game world as a whole. And after that, depending on our time, for today. We might also look a bit into the economics and equipment, not too heavy into it. Like as I've said before, I'm not here to also cover, you know, listings and all the selections and everything. I'm here to cover kind of like the core rulings of every rule of every kind of chapter. And when it comes to, like, you know, the detailings of, like, here's the list of skills, or like here's the list of magics and all that, that's something for you to look at and to inform. Even with the magics, I've not looked at the magic types. I just looked at magic in general to kind of get an idea of it. So, you know, I'm not going to cover folk magic, animism, mysticism, sorcery, or theism in heavy detail. That's something for you to check out. Because, you know, I also want to encourage you to, you know, get this book and look at it yourself to, you know, support the creators and developers of tabletop RPGs. Because at the end of the day, it's a niche when it comes to, like, you know, business and community that is not necessarily as let's call it as money driven, or at the least is full of cash, and requires support whenever you can. So I want to encourage that, and I want to encourage you all to check it out. So yeah, I'm never gonna, you know, cover everything. So to me, like, what is left is that I heavily want to cover is game system, game mastery, a bit of maybe economics if we get the chance. If not, that's something for you to look at, and that's kind of it. Creatures, for example, I'm not gonna look at it either. You know, as I said before, a lot of the magic parts we haven't looked at it as well. Even a few short elements of the cults and brotherhoods, we skipped a bit through them. It was also because of, you know, time constraints and all that. But yeah, we are gonna be jumping into actually talking about games and game systems pretty soon. But first, I'm gonna take a quick break because an ad break is about to hit us on Twitch pretty soon. So I'm gonna take a break now, let the ad run through, and once the ad is over, I will return. So I'll see you in a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. Realized that I have a few announcements that were not made on the social, so I had to, like, quickly scrap up on and pick them now. It's fine. All is in the clear now. So let's continue with the game systems. There we go. Okay. A bit more, but yeah, it's also viewable for you in case you want to, I don't know, read along at some point, or like pause a bit onto the stream. I know there's also like another thing if you're like which was like a more recent like Twitch feature. If you're a subscriber on Twitch, you can also scroll back onto the live stream, so you know you can actually rewatch some moments that might have happened a few minutes ago, which probably would be really helpful, especially for clippers or anybody else who does that kind of thing in the moment. So yeah, you also have that information given if you think that's a useful thing, aside from, you know, the usual of, you know, not having ads and anything else of the sorts. But anyhow, so game systems. Many different things occur during a Mythras game. Some are resolved through skill use or one of the major game mechanics such as combat or magic. Others require their own rules for adjudication. This chapter provides rules and guidances for a variety of different scenarios that game masters and players will encounter whilst playing the game. This list is not exhaustive, but should present most common situations. If game masters find there are other situations that require some form of game system education, and that these situations seem to occur frequently, then they are encouraged to develop their own rules to cover these special circumstances, using those given in this chapter as a basis for replication or development. So yeah, if something is a bit too common, I guess you can cover it yourself. Of course, some aspects we're probably not going to look too heavy into them because there might be not as specific or not necessarily as necessary, but some are definitely vital ones that have been to some extent referenced in previous times. For example, things like action time movement, character improvement. I would say it's an important one. Healing from injury, luck points, because I think it's something that has been mentioned a bit in the past. Elements of visibility, survival. I think those are like gonna be key ones. Some are, you know, on a very case-by-case basis, you know, like it's mentioned here, the acid, aging, blood loss, these poisons, fires. Fatigue and falling, it's a common one, so yeah. Oh yeah, passion is another like specific one to this system, which would be interesting. But I'm pretty sure like a lot of it, it's from the look of it, it's covered pretty quick. So it's not a lot to cover in. So with some of them, we're probably gonna go like quickly through them and not necessarily linger too long on them or offer too much of my own perspective. While on others, I might stay for a bit longer. So first we have, you know, it is a mention of acid, which comes from many different sources and are used extensively in alchemical research. This most important factor with any acid is its concentration rather than its type. All acids are therefore classified as either weak, strong, or concentrated. Mythras assumes that contact with the acid is significant or sustained rather than just a droplet or two. A splash or a spray attack lasts only a few combat rounds before it loses potency. Immersion in a considerable volume of acid inflicts damage every round until the victim or location is removed and treated. For generic acids, it is assumed that armor protects against the effects of acid but does not stop it. Armor points being reduced by the acid damage until it reaches 0 hit points, at which point damage is then transferred to the hit location. It is protected. Armor reduced to 0 armor points is considered useless as the acid burns through bindings, straps, and joints. So yeah, you can no longer, like, you know, fasten the armor onto you. And although the acid table assumes the action of acid on living flesh, not all acid affects non-organic substances equally. Some can eat rapidly through metal, while others barely mark it. If desired, it is entirely permissible to have strange acids, which affect only metal or other specific material instead of flesh. So yeah, at that point, it's more into the specifics. It's up to you to figure it out. And yeah. And when it comes to like weak, strong, and concentrated, you have a varying degree of damage and a varying degree of duration of damage, and depending on the acid table. So yeah, it can be a bit hurty, but not too hurty. To be fair, concentrated is a bit deadly, because that's close enough to like HP of, I think, most of your body locations. Yeah, that won't be a fun one. Then we have action times and movement, which I think is a more important one. How quickly time passes in Mythras depends on circumstances. Activities in role-playing games rarely elapse in real time unless characters are conversing with each other or with non-playable characters. For the most part, timescales for different forms of activities are inflated or condensed depending on what is being done. Key timescales and what actions and motions can be accomplished within them are as followed: combat rounds, local time, and strategic time. For combat rounds, dealt with more fully during the combat chapter, which represent 5 seconds of real time. Combat rounds are used to measure short, frenetic bursts of activity that take seconds to complete. They can be useful for measuring very detailed activities that require a blow-by-blow resolution. For example, a chase between a hunter and a prey can be measured in combat rounds, representing the twists and turns that happen very quickly during the pursuit. So yeah, combat rounds have been more extensively discussed and talked about when I covered the combat section, so we want to check that one out. I think I still have it as an archive, both on Twitch and on YouTube, so you have selections of where you can check it out. Local time represents a few minutes or to a few hours, and it's used to measure activities that do not require the detailed attention of combat rounds, but require a specific concentration of effort with a definite end result. Picking a lock may take 5 minutes, and this is a measure of local time. Observing the patrols made by teams of guards around a castle wall might require several hours, but it's still a measure of local time. So you should manage it in the following ways. The character states their intention, which is when that's when local time starts. The game master decides how long this will take to be accomplished. Any appropriate skill rolls are made and the results are noted. The game master communicates the result and the time it takes in step 2 passes, and that's where local time ends. Local time may then continue, move into combat rounds, or become strategic time. So yeah, it's a way of defining that, yeah, certain tasks might require you different amount of focus on, and that's something that you then state and make very clear to your group that, okay, you want to do this activity, just so you know, to accomplish or at the very least to reach the goal that you want to reach. Even with a good skill check, you need to invest an X amount of time for it to be accomplished, which is something that it's important to be clearly stated from the very beginning, of how long this will take, and not necessarily keep it as a hidden information, because especially for moments where things are very time sensitive or might have an importance to the player when it comes to like time, for them to then make the decision if they want to actually commit to it, or they are like, okay, no, that would take too long, let's figure out a solution that might be quicker, or just some sort of other compromise at that point onwards. Yeah, for local time, it's important to kind of clearly state how long it's gonna take before the player actually begins doing it, because if they realize that they invested a amount of time, especially during a time sensitive moment, that they would have not wished to do so. Yeah, that's completely fine, and that aspect should be checked. But overall, it still resolves the same way you would probably say to someone like, hey, do like a quick skill check to deal with this thing, and probably it's not gonna be too heavily mentioned, because yeah, for like moments like lock picking, for example, you might not necessarily keep mention of it too often, that hey, it took you a bit to actually lock pick it and all that. Just in very special edge case scenarios, you would probably say that, but in most situations, certain skill checks are just part of the course of adventuring or exploration or what you're doing, and do not necessarily need details. Local time is basically the same thing, but with the added factor that you clearly state and you clearly define how long this activity is. Then you have strategic time, which is measured in days, months, or even years. Use strategic times for those occasions where it is not necessary to know the details, simply the outcome. You ride for 10 days and reach the city by dawn on the 11th. After a whole day of watching the guards patrol, you now understand their movements and patterns. It takes a week to craft a sword. Strategic time is mostly concerned with how far characters travel depending on the mode of transport. Strategic time travel table offers examples of various conditions. Travel time assumes a traveling day. A traveling day of around 10 to 12 hours, with regular stops for rest, water, and food. If characters need to increase the distance given in the strategic time travel table, then they can effectively add half again to the distance travel in strategic time period, but gain an enduring level of fatigue as a result. Naturally, an appropriate skill roll like drive, ride, athletics, and so on also need to be made to successfully increase the distance covered, along with dealing with any hazards that might need to be resolved either in combat rounds or local time. So yeah, strategic time, I would say to some extent it refers to downtime to a degree, but I guess it's also kind of like being meshed together with some elements of travel that could happen also in session, because yeah, even in session you can have moments of travel that are like, hey, this is how long it's gonna take, although while some of them could be a downtime activity. It's something that maybe either at the beginning of the session or at the end of it, you decide that, okay, you are now getting into a downtime point, or the activities that you are deciding to do now are something that are more downtime related, so or take a lot longer time span. So let's just quickly determine what exactly you want to achieve in this longer time frame, and what exactly you need to do to determine the outcomes of what you want to achieve. And then either when the session picks back up, where it's gonna happen after those time amounts have passed. Yeah, it's kind of akin to a downtime. And you have finally movement, which is broken down into 3 gates, which are walking, running, and sprinting. Walking is the average speed a member of a particular species is able along when in no particular hurry. This is referred to a creature's base movement rate. I'm sorry, I don't know why I have this weird yawn to me, because I'm not really tired, but I just constantly get hit by the yawn. Then you have running is a trot or a jog at a speed which can be maintained over long periods. Basically anything faster than a walk. Maximum running speed is triple the movement rate, which may vary according to the bonus granted by athletic skills. So, you can also add a few skill checks to maybe give yourself a bit of a boost. And sprinting is flat out movement at top speed, which can only be maintained for a brief periods of times. Peak sprinting speed is 5 times the movement rate, which again may be increased according to whatever bonus is granted from the athletics skill. Then you have the comparative movement table that summarizes the typical walking distances covered by a creature of different base movement rates for a variety of time periods. Tactical movement during combat is explained in more detailed on page 101 in engagements. And to kind of get there's the combat round for 4 meters of movement. Okay, so these would be like the movement rates, which would represent how much you can move in a combat round. Which also mentions kind of the type of distance you would be able to cover in 1 minute with those base movements, and the amount you would be able to cover in 1 hour. That's fair. Also, another aspect mentioned is scenes, as a side note, which are abstract time measurement based on defined events or interactions. They can last for combat rounds, local or strategic time, and duration is based on activities being engaged by 1 or more characters. Some spells, for instance, last for a scene, which means that duration is variable but based on that scene's needs. For example, if a folk magic spell such as Blade Sharp is cast successfully, it will last for 1 active scene. This will be either as short as the duration of an entire combat, or as long as the local time event where Blade Sharp might be required. Scenes always have active player participation. For instance, an evening spent in a tavern gaining information is the scene, because it requires the characters to participate. However, a long distance trip by sea, where the Game Master stipulates that several days pass without incident, not a scene. The Game Master always determines when a scene starts and ends. For the most part, it would be obvious and important only where magical effects need to be measured. Yeah, it's very akin to some other games. World of Darkness does this kind of idea. It's another good way to kind of think of scenes. It's literally kind of like in theater or like movies, where if you are reaching a specific a distinctly different location, where your goal for that location is completely different than whatever was your goal in your prior location, then that is a different scene. For example, yeah, you can be at a nightclub to obtain or to deal with a specific task, and that all the entire activities that you do at that nightclub might be one scene, no matter if you're at the dance floor, at the bathroom, some secret underground cellar that might kill your character and put you at the table with other vampires or something like that. I don't know, weird examples, not at all talking from experience or something like that. Not at all. So yeah, all that is still a scene. Even if some aspects of locations, and even if maybe the activity slowly shifted or kind of adapted and evolved itself, it's still done with a similar purpose. And then, you know, once that purpose has been finalized, or you realize that there's a completely new goal that needs to be done and probably needs to be achieved somewhere else, then you shift the theme. There's also mention of moving in armor, which acts against the base movement rates and certain kinds of actions, such as swimming or climbing. The armor's initiative penalty is applied to movement of different kinds in the following ways. While walking, armor does not interfere with walking movement, although it can increase fatigue levels, which I mentioned a bit below. Running and sprinting subtract the armor penalty from running and sprint speed. The result is how fast the character can move during a chase or when charging. For example, a character wearing a full panoply of hoplite plate armor would reduce both gates by 6 meters. And swimming takes the character's swimming speed, which is the swim skill, divided by 2, and subtract the armor penalty. If the result is 0, the character cannot move and barely keeps themselves afloat. If the result is negative, the character sinks. For example, even if the character was a top class swimmer of 84%, wearing full hoplite plate, which has a 6 penalty, would still cause them to sink with their armor, because their swim speed is 6 plus 4. Divided by 2. How is 84 divided by 2? We have 4 divided by 2, then 6 plus 4, then but it's a swim speed of 6 plus 4, so that's I'm guessing it's a swim speed based on the skill, not to the skill percentage itself. That's probably my confusion. So that's still a -1. Climbing for rough surfaces like branches, ladders, scaffolds. Half of the armor penalty rounded up is subtracted from the base movement. If the result is 0, they are too burdened to climb. Thus, the hero in hoplite armor can still scale easily climbable objects with a movement speed of 3, because they have 6 divided by 3. And climbing a steep surface, pitched roofs, steep hills, and so on, the armor penalty is subtracted from the base movement, rate. If the result is 0 or less, they are too burdened by the armor to climb. Thus, the same hero in hoplite armor would not be able, because it's a 6 minus 6, which is 0. Climbing a sheer surface like walls or cliff face, double the armor penalty subtracted from the base movement. And as climbing a rough surface, if it's 0 or less, they cannot climb. And finally, jumping reduces the distance in meters by half the armor penalty, rounded up. For standing jumps, this impairment is halved, so it's a quarter even. And as it was given like an example, Anaphame's like all humans, base movement rate is 6. In addition, she's a proficient athlete, athletic skills of 52. From these, her maximum movement speed are calculated as so. Walking 6 meters, because that's the base. Running, it's 21, because it's base movement speed plus 1 from the athletics multiplied by 3. Then sprinting, it's 40 plus 2 from the athletics multiplied by 5, and so on. Yeah, that's kind of the generalistic idea of it. Generally kind of getting a few. This one is important because armor is a big part of the game as well, because you might be armored self and whatnot. But I think like these distinctions have been a bit more important, especially like local time and strategic time and scenes as a whole, to kind of get a better understanding and figure out the flow the flow of a session and scenario. Now, we also have aging. Well, all characters age, and with age comes certain consequences. The signs of aging start at early middle age, which is 40 years for humans as a species, and while other species might age at greater or lesser rates. As the character passes into a new aging band, they must make both an endurance roll and a willpower roll at the grades noted. If a roll is failed, then they experience aging effects as shown on the table. Age characteristic affected by aging reduces by 1d3 points. These points can be recovered or at least partially counteracted through characteristic improvements representing efforts made to keep themselves trim and alert as they grow older. If any characteristic is reduced to 0 from aging, the character dies due to their terminal frailty. So there is even a bit of like fatality with mechanical aging. What specific debilitating effects arise as part of aging process are up to the game masters to define. For instance, reducing strength, con, and dex represents the general wear and tear of the body, breaking joints, and gradual loss of mobility. Reducing intelligence indicates that age is starting to play tricks on the mind and memory, and whilst reducing charisma indicates that the character is getting craggier and more short-tempered, perhaps as they get older. And here are mentioned some hard bands, some age bands where, you know, and how difficult the endurance and willpower roll would be. For early middle age, usually fine. Middle age is standard. Late middle age, which is from 60 onwards, hard. Old age, 70 to almost 80, formidable. Advanced old age, which is close to 90, is Herculean. And dotage, which is 90s onwards, you're getting into your centuries, is hopeless. And of course, this is mentioned for humans as a species. Other species are going to be detailed in the creature section. And here are mentions of the aging's effect table. You roll a d6, and here are dimensions depending on which you are failing. If you failed your endurance, you can lose strength on dex. If you fail willpower, you can lose end power or charisma. And I think you have to roll separately for each. If I understood correctly. Yeah, each character is affected by 1d3 points. Oh yeah, you also have this aspect. If you are the type of character that you are in the type of campaign that you would know that might span across multiple years, maybe this is something that you would like to take into account, or maybe, who knows, you want to do a bit of a fast forward within the sessions and have this be a part of the game progression and the story. And I don't know, you might require a few of these rolls depending on how much you advance and at what stage of aging each character is. That could be something for you to cover, but again, being that these are in chunks of 10, I think the usual campaign would not necessarily encounter it too often, or at the very least. Although, you know, this is something nice to still have in consideration, because there is also like magical aging that could be a factor as well, because you could be in some sort of like game scenario where you have been magically aged or de-aged, and at that point you figure out like what exactly would be lost and gained, depending on these, and you can use this as a reference and as a tool to kind of put a bit of like randomness to it and not necessarily pick and choose what exactly is removed of the character. So yeah. Also, from the looks of it, in some aspects, a lot of these chapters are gonna be pretty quick. So I'm suspecting that we're probably gonna have enough time to also check some of the economics chapter a bit. But yeah, overall, decent coverage of these topics. Then you have asphyxiation, drowning, and suffocation. Basically, any sort of aspects of losing oxygen. Characters can hold their breath for a number of seconds equal to their endurance. However, the character... Sorry, yawning again. I'm probably gonna get a coffee. Likely. So yeah. However, the character must be prepared. Filling their lungs with as much air as possible. If not, then the period is halved. If the character was in a passive situation or reduced to 1/5, the character was engaged in a strenuous situation. So you even have a bit of variety for the players to kind of take into account. Once the period of held breath is over, characters must make an endurance roll. On a crit success, no further deterioration occurs. On a success, there is a level of fatigue. On a fail, there's 1d2 extra levels of fatigue. And if it's fumbled, it's 1d3 extra levels of fatigue. Without aid, death from asphyxiation is usually swift. If the asphyxiation ends before the character dies, they recover fatigue levels lost suffocation relatively quickly, regaining 1 level per minute as they start to get oxygen back into their system. Depending on the method of asphyxiation, you may wish to prevent full recovery, imposing an enduring level of fatigue to represent damage to the lungs caused by smoke or water inhalation. So yeah, you can play a bit with it. You don't necessarily have to keep it the way it is. But yeah, it's interesting for this one, at the very least, the aspect of depending on what kind of scenario you are in. If you're in a combat scenario and all of a sudden you're required to hold your breath, you're gonna probably have a bad time because it's gonna be hard to argue that you're in anything but a strenuous situation. Most other aspects of maybe other aspects of strategic play or local time might be able to be done so, and anything else, yeah, completely fine in a passive situation. But even if you're passive, that's still tough. So you kind of so at times you definitely have to, in most case scenarios, you have to do it with intent. Yeah. Also, hi there, Val. How are you doing? I am looking at Mythras RPG. It is a D100 system. Let me quickly give you a shout out as well. Yeah, Mythras system. Mythras RPG is a D100 system. It is I would say, a medieval, kind of semi-realistic, kind of like medieval system, with elements inspired from mythology, folklore, and some other like more mystical type of cultures for the elements of fantasy. But overall itself, the system is setting agnostic. It is not designed to be as part of a core setting, core system, and all of it is kind of, I would say, as I said before, GURP-esque. Not necessarily in the sense that every ruling can be as complex or as simple as you want it to be, or in the sense that a lot of the rules can be, pick and chosen. You have a few, you have a bit of liberty of how exactly you want to impose certain rules, or if you want to use them at all. It has a lot of customizability into it, and a lot of elements of integrated world building and setting creation as part of character creation and many other aspects of that nature. So technically the players have a significant contribution to the world building as well. Big fan of GURP, so systems like that are also interesting. Yeah, it does function. It's a D100 that functions like GURP. It is a percentile game. So when it comes to skill sets, you have to meet or below it to succeed a task. Because all your skill sets are represented in percentages. And yeah, everything is, as I mentioned before, it's designed around the idea that, you know, it's everything customizable. It doesn't have the concept of like classes or you know, these kind of like presets. It's you know, it's a lot more customizable in the sense that you kind of create what you want as a character. Nothing is too loaded into too many stats. Skills function more on this idea that you have 2 attributes, or an attribute multiplied by 2 benefits to the skills percentage. So for example, for an athletic skill, your proficiency in it is determined by strength and dexterity. So, you know, it allows also a bit of flexibility where you don't necessarily have to create certain archetypes to be able to, you know, fulfill whatever task you want to fulfill. Like, you know, I want to be a very athletics heavy character. That means that I have to invest in strength. No, you could be athletics focused, but maybe still be more on the dexterous sides and compensate a lot more on that end by having high dex, even if your strength itself may not be too high on its own. A few elements of realism. Combat functions more on like hit location than necessarily general HP. You know, and when it comes to aspects of like what your character is, you have things like profession, cultures, organizations that determine the proficiency in certain skill sets. Your profession, and in some cases even your organization that you might be part of, can also determine some specific profession skills, which are exclusive to only to be obtained by professions. But, you know, a profession skill can be shared by different professions, so you don't have necessarily, you know, kind of how the class systems would work, where you have a set of features because you're I don't know, you are an artificer or something like that. No, you might be an artificer, you get some skills from it, but that's it. You don't have like some sort of like higher ability hierarchy that you advance, or like that sort of progression built into it. Magic, again, it's another thing where you can have it no matter the character. It's more of an aspect of you have to be part of a certain cult or a brotherhood to be allowed to have access to magics, and even their advancements in magic, it's more of a immersive kind of like you know, progression through the ranks of the organization than necessarily some sort of character progression. Like, you don't necessarily have levels to a degree. Yeah, all of it, it's a lot more modular. It has elements a bit more strategic and a bit more based on some aspects of immersion or realism, or at the very least to interpret some aspects of realism. For example, combat works on a how the game describes it on a blow-by-blow basis, or how I like to, or I prefer to call it more of an action-by-action, to kind of both enunciate the strategic elements and also the chaotic side of combat, where you cannot predict everything that's going to happen into combat, because it's an action resource system. So you have a set of actions for combat that you can use per round, but you're only allowed to use an action, and you can only start using your second action once all the other characters have used an action first. So for example, let's say if your character has 3 action and the other character has 2, you do your first action, then the other characters does their first action as well. Then the turn comes back to you again. And technically the round or cycle comes back to you again, because you have cycles and rounds. You do your second action, then the other individual does their second action, and because you have a third action, you are also allowed to do your third action, while the second character, because they don't have a third action, they do not do anything. Because again, depending on certain advancements and certain skills, you might have multiple actions available to you per turn. Of course, the game also offers you a suggestion of, if you don't like that idea and if it feels a bit unfair, here's a ballpark number that fits a lot better, which is usually 2 to 3 actions per character. So yeah, it encompasses that element of strategy, but at the same time also a bit of that kind of chaotic aspect, because by the time everybody does their first action, then you have to probably on your second action you might have to rethink your strategy, depending on how the battlefield and combat has shifted. And reminds how they did the initiative in Scion. It could be similar. I'm not gonna deny it. And multiple action based on speed, and you alternated with the enemy until everybody went. That's usually the thing. Here it's also like the strategic element where actions are also used for defensive moves. So for example, if you attack, the enemy has the decision if they are gonna use their first action to defend, so they make sure that they're not gonna be used, and you have different ways of defending depending on how you're attacked, or if they are decided to take the hit, and then when their turn comes on, they have an action to retaliate instead. So there's also that kind of aspect of kind of choosing, like if you're willing to risk of taking the hit, so you have an action, because you know it definitely also kind of goes into that aspect of, you know, the advantage goes a bit to the attacker, so you also have to kind of employ a bit of it's either advantage depending on number of actions. It's either the advantage goes to the attacker or to the one with multiple actions in a combat turn. So, you know, all of a sudden you have different ways of prioritizing threats and enemies and strategies because of it. Like you don't have like an armor class that needs to be met. Like you have to succeed a skill roll, and then after that it's either the attacked person has to defend if they, and basically do an opposed roll, or they just take it because they succeeded the attacker succeeded their attack roll, and they are just gonna get damaged instead. So like say you had a 30 speed and 3 actions a round, you would move up to 10 and take an action, then they go, then move up 10 and take an action, then they go, and so on. Everyone is done. Actions could be attacks, intentional, defense, or abilities. It's a similar thing here. Like actions could also be spells, for example, and depending on the spells, it might require multiple actions. So you could be in a channeling state for a while. Yeah, like I said here, some abilities require commitment of 2 actions, so you could possibly be interrupted and have to start it on one turn and then be able to commit it, finishing it on the next one. Yeah, it's mentioned here that in most scenarios, spells might require you to commit to multiple actions, not the one. So if you're casting magics, you might risk of being interrupted. You can still defend while casting, but you can't do anything else. And depending then on, you know, how you are attacked, or, you know, what exactly has the enemy done to you, you might still have concentration to the spell or not. And of course, you also have like different aspects of like types of attacks or maneuvers and all that. Movement here, from what I read of it, it just mentions how much movement you have a round, but it doesn't mention how much of it you can use per action. I'm guessing it's a bit more. I'm guessing it goes pretty freely here, where you can move for as much as you are allowed to move in a total round. So if you can move only 6, even if you could maybe move like 4 meters, do an action, move 2 more meters, do another action, and then then you're locked in place for your third one. I don't think it mentioned that you have to like split them, but of course you have things like, you know, engagement, attacks of opportunity, and that kind of thing. So if you're not playing it carefully, you're gonna be, you know, you're gonna be attacked out of nowhere, and that's not gonna be fun. Yep, just like that. I really like the concept of the system. It felt fun in play, though it did take a lot of time to do combat if you had more than 3 or 4 people into initiative. Yeah, it's definitely one of those aspects where it's gonna be a bit lengthier, because you're it's lengthier, I would say, maybe in the aspect that, you know, you have to do it on an action by action basis. But to kind of look at it from a different side of the coin, I would say maybe it might be even speedier in other aspects. Because for example, it's something that I kind of like thought, which is why I thought that maybe this take on combat might be a bit more interesting, or a bit faster, speedier by comparison. It's because of the nature of you having to do an action by action sort of thing, and you're going through cycles, you kind of only need to think of the first action that you have to do, because by the start of your next action, things might have shifted in the combat, and whatever you were planning might not necessarily be valid. So you're always planning an action technically per round, or per cycle, as it's called here. So So compare this to, like, let's say a game like Pathfinder or D&D, where you have all of your action economy at once, and if you're someone like a spellcaster or someone who has a ton of like features and abilities and skills that they can be utilized in multiple scenarios, they have a lot of decisions, they have a lot of options, because, you know, they have a lot of mix of combinations that they can do at once, and that makes the decision process a lot slower. When you know for a fact that all you can do right now is one singular action, and at best you can maybe plan it in advance for the following turn, you know, your pool of decision is a lot smaller, so you can quickly decide what you want to do right now in the moment and do your thing. So to some extent, I would say it might be a bit speedier, but it definitely keeps you engaged, because, you know, you have to keep attention of every single action and every aspect that it kind of shifts to the battlefield, because once you get back to your second action, all of a sudden things have shifted in the battlefield, and you have to maybe rethink your strategy, or if you had a strategy pre-planned, or to kind of like think about, like, okay, what do I need to do now? You know, all the pieces on the board have moved. What is the next thing? Face system uses something similar but simplified. Yeah, I would have to look. I would definitely want to look more, because I also looked a bit into GURPS. I've looked at the light starter, quick start, like PDF booklet, which you know, it's available for free. And it's really nice. I like the depth of it, and I would like to like actually look on the full core book when I like get the chance to buy it at some point. And a similar thing with Fate. I would love to look into more like system or setting agnostic systems, especially ones that are designed to be utilized for any sort of you know, setting, scenario, technology advancements, and anything like that. Mythras overall it's kind of more focused on medieval fantasy, or like aspects of that. Kind of like medieval fantasy. I'm pretty sure you can, if you want, put a bit of effort and adapt some concepts and figure out some ideas to actually implement it into like modernized settings, because the templates for things like cultures and cults and brotherhoods and all of that, and some aspects of war building, can be widely applicable to any sort of technology advancement. But, you know, there are some aspects of, you know, things like equipment, weaponries, things like that, that I don't think it covers too heavily within this book, at the very least. That might be akin to, you know, certain other technological ages, or maybe other aspects of community. My first introduction to Fate was the official Dresden Files Fate game. Yeah, I've not gotten a look at Fate yet, but yeah, I would love to look more into those at some point, to kind of utilize as my own inspiration for my own homebrews and developments and you know, works. And GURPS is one of them. Faith is another. I think there might be some other systems that are kind of like that are like system and setting and and advancement agnostic, where you can basically create whatever world and type of game you want with them. I mean, to an extent, Pathfinder was a similar thing to an extent. Technically, you can do anything from within Paizo, because they have the two branches of Pathfinder and Starfinder. You can have, you kind of have the modernized sci-fi part, then you have the more, you know, medieval fantasy part. So you can easily probably like mix and match together. Although I'm not sure if Starfinder is currently in the works to be adapted for like a remastered or not, or if it's not required to have a remaster of it. If it's fully compatible, like somehow cross-compatible, because I'm suspecting some people might do like weird cross-compatible things with Starfinder and Pathfinder. But yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break. There's gonna be an ad coming up in a few seconds, and I will return after the break is over. So yeah, I'll be right back. Oh, okay, there we go. Sorry, I got fucking annoyed because I've circled around like some weird spam account that at this point just feels weirdly spammy and suspicious, and I just want to be across the boards and accounts and all that. So yeah, I wanted to be done with it. I didn't want to see it again. So yeah, I had to deal with that. But anyhow, back to all of this. I'm not here to talk about my odd social annoyances and all that. But anyhow, so let's get back into all of this. We still have a few things to talk about when it comes to like systems. I think a few pages, right? Yeah, I think there's still like a few pages. It might take a bit. It might take a bit longer. My intent is to kind of cover mostly this today and leave game mastery for next week, or Tuesday specifically. But we'll see how all this goes into. So now we have blood loss, which is done due to external or internal wounds, and or internal wounds in some cases. It could be both. Usually sustained in combat, can wear a character down very quickly. Its effects are measured, by the accumulation of fatigue levels in a manner similar to asphyxiation, since blood is needed to oxygenate the body's muscles and vital organs. Significantly, blood loss is suffered in the following circumstances. There's bleed special effect, which is something akin to having it related to combat. Injury resulting in a major wound, which is something we covered in combat as well. Or disease and poisons may result in bleeding, which we're gonna cover soon-ish. It's within this chapter. Unrestrained blood loss typically results in deaths, unless some form of medical attention or healing magic can be applied to control the bleeding. Unlike asphyxiation, the effects of serious blood loss on fatigue are enduring. A character recovers fatigue lost to bleeding at a rate of 1 level per day, starting the day after the exsanguination ceases. Yeah, kind of like, whenever you're giving blood, you're gonna be a bit woozy and need to, be careful. And, also the whole shtick of not everybody is able to give blood depending on, their physical wellness and state and all that. Because, blood is an important part of your body, and if you lose it, oh well. Then you have character improvements. Every Mythras character has the opportunity to improve with time. Improvement can be done in several areas. Increasing existing skills, characteristics, passions, learning new skills, or learning new magical abilities and spells. So, how do you improve these? Through experience rolls, which is the mechanic of most characters' improvement. Is game masters dispense experience rolls at an appropriate juncture in the campaign, at the end of every successful scenario or storyline, usually, or after perhaps 2 or 3 sessions of play if the story is a long one, which will take time to complete. The frequency is at a game master discretion. A high frequency of experience rolls will lead into the characters developing at a faster rate, which also means that you should also keep up the pace depending on what challenges and encounters you want to put together. There is no right or wrong time to give experience rolls, but natural breaks in the story may suggest suitable times. The Game Master is, however, always the decision maker here. Whilst players cannot demand experience rolls, they have the right to expect them at certain times, as their characters will not be able to develop without them. So yeah, it's fine to have a bit of a conversation about it, and I would say it's okay to at certain points kind of argue your point. Hey, I feel like I've accomplished a lot, and enumerate a few of the things that you feel are as accomplishments for the character. So maybe this is fitting for either the entire group or certain characters to obtain certain degrees of improvement. Here, I think it's mentioned more as a general thing for across the table, which might differ compared to other systems. For example, like a lot of the WoD stuff, there is old World of Darkness. Even to this day, I do not know how exactly advancements happen in V5 because I've not looked in V5 or all the other splats in the newest edition. But at the very least, with the older ones, you get like experience points per end of session, and then it's up to you as the player to decide what do you want to spend them at, and depending on the character, that might shift. Like some characters might hold back to their experience points until they accumulate an amount necessary to get like some big boost or something like maybe a new discipline, learning a higher level skill set and all that. While other characters might decide to employ smaller incremental advantages that are at cheaper cost at every opportunity. I think for the last vampire game that might have been something that happened. I know it happened at least with me because I was the one that decided to hold on to my points because I wanted to learn presence. I wanted to kind of argue like, hey, is it possible for my character to learn presence as a discipline? She's very charismatic. She puts herself forward a bit. I think it's not the weirdest of, you know, mental disciplines that could be at the behest of, you know, other vampires to be easily mastered out of clan. And of course, use the out of clan cost, because that's like another aspect of vampire. Depending on what clan you are, certain disciplines are kind of easier than others if they're clans or not. And considering that, you know, as a Lamia, I basically have 2 physical ones and a more voodoo, a more kind of like weird, esoteric, magical one. It's not like I have variety in the supernatural parts. But anyhow, so now we talked about experience rolls, but how many should you give? The number of experience rolls given in any one sitting should be between 2 and 4, but it can be lower or higher depending on how long it has been since the last set of rolls and how well the characters have performed or have been played. It is recommended that all characters be given the same number of experience rolls, which helps maintain fairness and parity in character progression. Although, even with the same number of rolls, characters may progress at different rates, as the mechanics for experience rolls illustrate. The only exception to this guideline is whether a character gains an additional roll, or suffers a reduction in rolls for their experience modifier, as described per page 9, which I think it has something to do with the charisma. If you have like a specific lower charisma, you just have a low penalty on your experience rolls, because advancements in most scenarios within this game refers to probably you being under the employ or under the training or mentorship of someone else, and charisma being a stat about, you know, your general power of personality, not necessarily looks. It just, you know, how you kind of like present yourself and act upon with others. People might not be so inclined to help you or give you a hard time if you are of lower charisma. So yeah, that's kind of like a disadvantage. But yeah, this modifier should only be permitted in situations where the characters can put their influence to good use or suffer its consequences, such as returning home at the conclusion of a scenario. Thus, it is not intended that the bonus should be applied at the end of every session, especially when characters are isolated or exploring off in the wilderness. Experience rolls do not need to be used there and then. It can be reserved for future use and the player's discretion. The main reason for reserving them could be the increased characteristics, buy new professional skills, or put towards developing a new magical tradition, which, you know, it explained in the aspects of magic, which kind of tells you that it's a pretty high investment in rolls. So yeah, pretty akin to WoD in that aspect, where depending on what you want to advance, it might cost you a lot different amounts of the same of the resource that you put into. So advancements could happen differently. Something that we did at the very least for our session, I'm not sure if it's a even to this day, I'm not sure if it's a common rule for a WoD or if it's something that our game master preferred, is that when the session ended, usually we all get 2 points of experience, and then we basically go through a vote and decide like, who this session do you think they've done the best? And of course, you cannot vote for yourself. It's not fair. And you know, you can't include the game master. So it's about the players. And usually the game master is in some scenarios a tiebreaker, depending on the case. If needed, the game master is a tiebreaker. If not, then, you know, it goes to the majority vote, and, you know, that person gets an additional 3rd point of experience. You know, which also, it's a really cool way. I personally see it as a really cool way to kind of encourage people and give a bit of, you know, lift others up, and, you know, not just be out there for yourself or just your own spotlight. And it's always been fun to kind of have those post-session chats. Be like, yo, I really like what you did that session. You have my vote. And that's it. It's not like some shenanigans of like, no, vote for me, vote for, or, you know, try to convince others. No, it's everything. Again, if everything is transparent and honest and everybody, is doing it for the sake of showing appreciation to others, not to like game some fucking system, then yeah, I would say that I personally kind of like this approach of like offering a bonus, an extra bonus one for the one that you think has been most liked or that performed best within the session, because that's also like an encouragement for them to kind of keep that way, or like at the very least, keep getting themselves involved in the sessions. Incentives are an important thing. Because then, after the extrinsic incentive, slowly it becomes intrinsic. And at that point, it doesn't really matter as much. Okay, it's nice to get like an extra point, but I've never minded. And again, even in those situations, depending on the session and depending on what we achieved, sometimes the game master might have decided, you know what, you've done like a big thing as a group for this session, so all of you get 3 points instead of just voting for one. And we've also had those moments. So again, we're playing it as it feels right in the moment. So when it comes to increasing existing skills, now that we've talked about how much you obtain to increase and advance certain things, the player rolls any skill on the character sheet, standard or professional, can be increased by spending 1 experience roll. The player rolls a 1d100 and compares it to the skill being increased. Then the character's intelligence is added to the roll. If the number rolled is equal or greater than the skill being improved, it is increased by 1d4 plus 1%. If the number is rolled is less, and then the skill selected, the skill still increases, but only by 1%, meaning that you were not necessarily able to put too much work into it. You could also write like inward represented, like you're hitting a certain plateau in your skill set that requires you to invest a lot more time to reach the next step. If a character fumbled any skill during the course of preceding sessions, between the last sessions of experience rolls, the present one, the fumble skill gains a free increase of 1%. It is a truism that we learn more from our mistakes than our successes, and this represents the reflection of character goes the following disastrous failure. Multiple fumbles of the same skills do not stack. Okay, that's kind of fun. I like this idea. I like this, like... If a character fumbled any skills during the course of a preceding session, between the last set, for example, between the last set and the present one, the fumble skill gains a free... Okay, so every time you do a skill advancement, you also get a free 1%. You also get like some free 1% increases from all the fumbled rolls, which honestly I kind of like this. I kind of vibe with it. Again, this is definitely something that works for these kinds of games where you have also like small incremental increases of your skill. But I would love to see this used more as an idea. I like the concept of it. Of like, oh, you failed, here, have something small as a kind of like it's a very interesting way of kind of like also rubber banding it in the grander scheme of things. If you think about it, it kind of has this kind of like rubber banding balancing of, oh, you failed, we're gonna give you like a bit of a a bit of a boost, a bit of a step up to make sure that you're minimizing those failures next time. And then freely improving skills. Normally players have full discretion over which skills to improve, no matter their locations or circumstances. Sometimes, however, it may be unrealistic for a character to practice lockpicking when they are currently on a ship or have done nothing but fight sea monsters for the last few games. In such case, it is reasonable for the game master to request that characters only attempt to improve skills which they have recently used or for which the situation exists to practice them. For example, if the ship-bound characters arrive at a civilized port, it is quite likely they can find a local thieves guild or locksmith from whom they can practice. Some cautions is required, the game master to not be too restrictive, as this can lead to bias and a subset of those skills which are most often used in this campaign, leading to disproportionate character development. Instead, if a character wishes to improve unusual skills, the Game Master should use this to create role-playing opportunities or an eventual subplot for the campaign. So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you can also employ a bit of like creativity to the players. Like, hey, let's use the lockpicking example. If you are, you know, ship-bound and you want to improve your lockpicking skills, make a suggestion to the player of how exactly they would achieve such a thing on a ship if they've not necessarily done it before. Maybe there are some coffers, on the ship that could be used as practice, that, the captain is willing to lend. And if you are convincing, or the quartermaster more likely, if you are convincing enough, maybe you have a pair of locks of your own, but, you are used to them, you know how they work. So, but you might have some sort of artificer or some sort of a handy tool person on deck that might be able to be like, here, can you remodify this lock a few times for me so I can practice and give it a bit of a spin. All sorts of things. And if it's another player that can be assisting to that, they themselves can probably put their own skill set into use, and maybe even give a boost if the Game Master feels like that's something, if they can contribute in an efficient way. So yeah, encourage a bit of collaboration, encourage a bit of creativity, and then if nothing arises or nothing comes out of it, be like, okay, there's gonna be an opportunity at some near point. Until then, either choose a different skill or just bank on your skills. And of course, quite obvious though, the whole idea of encouraging to increasing skills that you have used, because this also kind of encourages you to be like, if you know that you want to advance in a skill, then find ways to utilize it. Start being a bit more creative about those skills, or employ whenever possible downtime opportunities. If you are not necessarily doing it, finding something within the game scenarios, and encourage the player to kind of act in such a way. Because, it's a way to encourage the players to kind of think a bit outside of the box and do other tasks and do other things similarly. And of course, the general rule of thumb, and to be reasonable and have common sense, and not necessarily put weird biases to it. But yeah, Game Masters can, if they wish, increase the dice step if they want to have a skill progression move at a faster rate without giving experience rolls at a frequent basis. So instead of increasing 1d4 plus 1 skills, increase 1d6 plus 1. If adjusting the default dice roll in this way, Game Master should set expectations at the start of the campaign and not veer from it. So yeah, if you are deciding to progress a bit faster, make sure that you're not immediately kind of like backing down, because that's a bit nasty. So yeah, at the very least, do the best to your abilities to jump somewhere else or try something else. But yeah, it's a bit bad. It's not necessarily good form, or like good. It's not necessarily fair play to all of a sudden kind of like quickly back down. So yeah, be also transparent, or be clear, be obvious yourself as a game master that sometimes if you're gonna decide to move a bit faster with certain things, you also have to keep in mind that you kind of have to keep up and keep pace with that advancements, because if players progress faster, that means that also your challenges need to step up faster for them, because otherwise you might find yourself in a position where, oh no, I gave a ton of things to my players and now they're kind of like steamrolling most of the things I had planned or pre-planned way in advance, and I can't really do too much about it. Or even with the improvising on the go, it's still mostly trivialized now, which can happen. I've been in that situation many a times. Sometimes, of course, you can have a bit of a, find moments or find some sort of discussions or opportunities to kind of be like, hey, I maybe went a bit too far, maybe I kind of fucked up, or maybe find something in lore. There were mentioned, like, for example, if sometimes the scenario could be, to be fair, I'm putting a D&D-ish example or something like that. If you find like a powerful magical item, maybe with a maybe put this aspect that later down the line, because of its extended use, it gets cursed, and now all of a sudden you have to use something different. Those sort of things. And now with the curse, the item functions a bit more differently. So you kind of got one of those like, oh yeah, your first few attempts are free, and now now I've got you, and you're cursed, and you can't escape or get out. So good luck. Because that could happen. That could be a thing. Double check. Okay. Okay, so now let's go into increasing characteristics. A creature's role characteristics are regarded as its peak natural development, a combination of its birth and environment as it was growing. Thus, just as some horses are bigger, stronger, and tougher than others, humans and other sapient species can grow up to exhibit fairly diverse physical and mental characteristics. Characteristics can, like skills, be improved through experience rolls, which represent training regime. However, such increases are artificial boosts, which normally atrophy after the training exercises ceases. Characteristics dropping back to their natural levels, whether the workouts were daily calisthenics sessions to increase constitution, or memory tests to enhance intelligence. To achieve and maintain characteristics increases requires that the character reduces their regular allotment of experience rolls by 1 or more points. This represents the continual and intensive effort spent to push their body beyond its normal capability. Each experience roll sacrificed in this manner boosts the trained characteristics by 1/10 of its rolled species maximum. Thus, the humans who engage in regular weightlifting to build up their strength could, at a cost of reducing its normal allotment of experience rolls, gain a 2 points to their strength. A Minotaur, on the other hand, would gain a +3 points to their strength, as their species maximum is 24. And so on. When characteristics increase, all attributes and skills derived from it increase too. So if the characteristics increases is enough to create an attribute change. Thus, increasing strength by 1 point will also increase each skill used as its component by 1.2. In addition, damage modifiers may also increase if the new strength value moves the character into the next damage modifier band. No matter how much training is undertaken, no characteristic can exceed the species maximum, which is simply the highest possible result for the characteristic roll. Once the characteristic decided to cease their exercise regime, their trained characteristics drop by 1 improvement step the next time they receive experience rolls. And again, the following time, the atrophying continues until the characteristics have returned to their normal value. Size is the only exception to the above rules. It cannot be increased through mundane means. Yeah, size is basically that's it. It's most likely because it's kind of somewhat related to genetics and other things of that nature. Although probably through magical improvements, sure, but not through, as mentioned there, not through mundane means, which usually would be experience roll. But it's an interesting method. It's an interesting system of kind of thinking of kind of like trading off a few skill improvements per level up, but at the cost of basically increasing everything else that is related to your characteristic. Because, as mentioned, any skill that requires strength in its value will now be boosted. Anything else that might might reference strength as a stat will also improve, and depending on the improvement step, you might also get significant boosts from it. So it could be a good trade-off if you want, for example, to just generally improve at anything that is, strength related, and not necessarily just improve your skill, a specific strength skill. You can do that. But yeah, it's interesting trade offers, and I also like the idea that you could probably push yourself to advance more and more, and then to kind of it also kind of goes a bit interesting into this kind of like strategic element of maybe that you're gonna have a difficult encounter or difficult challenge that's coming up to you, so you decide maybe for the next few attempts, for the next few times, you get an experience rolls to just improve your boosts, improve your training. But once you've achieved that goal that you wanted by boosting everything through your characteristics, then you decide that now, because I've achieved and I've passed the whatever challenge I passed that I was fearing before, now I can just take it slow and just increase incrementally what I feel like it's worth it, and just go down and just let those advancements kind of slow down and kind of go back to their default. And I like that at the very least it gives you a bit of a time window where you can still take advantage of them, and or each step of those skills. Then you have increasing passions. As described under passions on page 82, the value of a passion may be increased with experience rolls in exactly the same way as skills. If supported by play, the Game Master might even allow passions to be reduced by the use of experience rolls. For example, constant spurning from an unrequited love might eventually wear down the passion of even the most ardent lover, especially one who wishes to pursue a relationship without the ghosts of the past haunting them. So yeah. Permanent characteristics and improvements. Some players may bemoan the significant and continual costs of characteristic improvements. In the cases where the Game Master can ignore a certain level of realism and instead focus on fun, allowing permanent characteristics boosts for a one-off experience roll cost. This method must be treated with a degree of caution, however, since not all Game Masters reward players with the same frequency or number of experience rolls. Thus, the default cost may be too cheap or too expensive. Additionally, games where characteristic improvement is too prevalent can quickly lead to many characters with identical attributes, each tweaked to take advantage of natural breaking points within the system. The following method utilizes the current and minimum characteristics values so that it scales to all creatures. Although it sometimes throws up an oddity between characteristics rolled on different dice, they should be considered a feature of that particular species, since most creatures are generated using no more than 3 or 4 dice in this method. Remains both simple and comparatively fair. So, the cost increases increase a characteristic by 1 point. So 1 plus the creature's current characteristic value minus the species minimum for that characteristic. So thus, a human with the 12 dex would need to invest 10 experience points because they need 13 minus their minimum of 3 to increase their dex to 13. Yeah, that could also be a general method if you are not necessarily there to push for the realism, or if you want the characters to feel like they not necessarily have to constantly invest, and they are the type who were the more kind of general improving and kind of remaining at that state. Although it makes quite a lot of sense of characteristics why they would not be able to be kept in such a way. But now that we talked about the characteristics, let's talk about learning skills. Some characters may wish to study new professional skills, which they've never had the chance to learn from their culture or career. Before they can start investing experience points, they must first find a source of that knowledge from which to learn. Could be a prosaic as a professional tutor, such those provided by cults or brotherhoods. Alternatively, it might be a more exotic source of education, an ancient and crumbling training scroll, or an ancestor spirit bound to the community's sacred stone tiki. Once a source of education is found, the character must spend an entire month of study and practice to garner a basic grounding in that skill. This will cost 3 experience points for rolls, plus whatever in-game costs are required to pay the teacher if one exists, and purchase or rent whatever equipment and tools may be needed. So it's a lot more involved to learn something new. Then training, where skills can be improved with training, though, through the help of a mentor or either a trainer or teacher. Characters must spend a full week in training to benefit from a training increase. At the end of the training period, the skill being trained improves by the die roll indicated on the training chart, with any modifiers due to the technical skill. How much a mentor charges for their services depends much on their nature of the campaign and setting. They might accept manual labor or favors in return for training, or insist on hard coin. In case of an abstract promises, the game master must set the terms and the character should meet them, or else face some form of consequence if they're not meant. In terms of hard coin, a week's training cost is 1 silver piece for every 5% the mentor has in the skill he is training. If he also knows how to teach, this amount increases by 1 silver for each 10% they have in the teach skill. So a mentor with 70% lore could charge 14 silver pieces, or 19 if they also have a 50% teach. You know, the more skilled and professional, you know, they are, the better. And here you get a mention of degree of difference of how your skill improves. I'm guessing based on the mentor's percentage. So if they are within 21 to 30, 1d2, d2, d3, d4, d6, and then from that point on it's d6 with flat stat adages, which is interesting because this, I would say, like, this system or this method would also encourage players to teach other players a skill set of their own. Be like, hey, I want to learn more about, you know, doing this skill, and you are definitely way more proficient than I am. Could you teach me a bit? And this could allow them, because maybe, you know, maybe there's a player that is below the, you know, I don't know, 50 mark or 40% mark, and there's a player that is above that, and they can help each other out and have this kind of cool, you know, kind of one-on-one moment together. So, you know, I feel like this system, because it's not necessarily tied to the idea that, or at the least it's tied within the same concepts as or, you know, same concepts and rule sets as the players, could allow for some interesting moments where you can have kind of like a trainer-mentor, or like a trainer-mentor relation between the players. Of course, be careful of how exactly it's done, and, you know, of course, for the players not to necessarily abuse it. Maybe, you know, you put a requirement, or you put something about it, like, you know, if maybe put a requirement if you have like a significant skill difference, you can train a player, but after that, you know, once you get to like a close enough range, like maybe if you are like, you cannot help if they are within the adjacent spots, but you can help someone who's below it, who's like in an adjacent spot to you. So from anyone that is from you know, 30% below, for example, if you're like 50 or something like that, you can help out. But once they kind of reach the 71 to 80% area, at that point they probably need to meet someone of similar caliber from whom you've learned. But, you know, you can find methods to also help out, to not necessarily let players take advantage. Then, finally, for trainers, a trainer is someone who works with the character, helping them practice in particular skills. Skill. I think it's skill honing. Hoping for coaching and mentoring to improve the character skills. Characters can act as trainers for other characters, but it's usually to seek out someone. Who, through years of specialized study and greater experience, has more benefits to offer. A trainer must have at least 20% more than the character in the skill being trained. and the degree of improvement rests on the difference. Okay, so yeah, I was basically literally thinking the same idea. I was already like thinking the same thing. It cannot be with, if you're like between 81 and 90, you cannot train someone that's 71 or 80, so you have to start from like at the highest 61 to 70. So that's, you know, a 20% difference. I literally thought of this rule without even reading it, because just to understand, this is also for me the first time kind of reading some of these most of these rulings. So I just purely assumed, I went with the most kind of logical aspect, or logical assumption of someone that is probably going to get close to your level of expertise would probably have to learn from someone from someone you've learned, most likely. Yeah. Teachers. A teacher is a professional trainer who possesses the teach skill, using to improve the quality of their tuition. They utilize the same training chart as above, but modify the amount increase according to the result of the teach roll. For critical success, improvement increases by 2 training steps. Ooh. For success, it's 1 training step. Failure is no effect improvement. And a fumble, they decrease by 1 training step, which may result in the character gaining no improvement for the training. Yikes. That is rough. But again, because it's related to the teach skill, and it's something that your characters might have in their employ as well, it's something that they could probably utilize also. And again, because this is not necessarily something, and this one is even less abusable, because, you know, they have to succeed in the role to achieve anything, to achieve this kind of boost. So again, interesting aspects of it. Then limits to training. Training comes with some limitation. Only 1 skill at a time can be trained. A trained skill must be next improved using an experience roll. It cannot be a benefit from the training procedure again until it has been increased this way. Trainers can only tutor a single student at a time, whereas teacher may educate multiple students at once. As a guide, divide the trainer's teaching skill by 10 to determine how many students the teacher is prepared to train at a time. Fair enough. Yeah, and again, as I said before, because of how all of this is structured, you can interestingly kind of put it together to kind of have players help each other out, which I don't know. I personally like this this take on it, or this possibility of it. It's not necessarily a guarantee, but it's definitely something that you can let the players have it as a possibility. Cults and brotherhoods may offer training at a reduced cost or free of charge to their members. The training costs outlined earlier are therefore considered the standard guide. Cult or brotherhood members may be offered a reduced rate, but this may be dependent on the rank and standing on the organization, and the game master has ways to set that limit. Yeah, that's kind of general, you know, improvements overall, because it's mostly related to your skills and characteristics, because that's kind of your big thing. You don't really have anything else. As I said before, there's no like class features, abilities of some sorts of stuff aside from learning magic spells, and even that one is heavily integrated with aspects of roleplay and, you know, world involvement in game involvement, and not necessarily you adding some roles to something or anything else of the sorts. Yeah, let's see. We still have poison. We still have... I'm not gonna, you know, look at the list of poisons. Encumbrance probably gonna be an important one because it's something often encountered. Failing and fatigue, definitely. We're getting through it. We're getting through it, so it's fine. I think we'll be able to cover most of it. So it's only this page for poisons that we kind of need to look at. The other ones are just details or a list of poisons. So yeah, as I said before, we're not going to look through the list of anything else that is detailed. So, disease and poison, some of the most feared things which can be affected which can affect the character are the myriad diseases and poisons which infest the dark and grim places of the world. There's nothing quite as unsettling than a plague which strikes the character's home city. especially when they are still within its gates. Likewise, finding a venomous serpent in the bed or being attacked by a giant scorpion can be moments of high drama. Disease and poisons are near infinite in their characteristics, but for the game purposes, they are handled in the same way. So, as traits, all disease and poisons manifest a number of traits important to their effect. You have application, the method and how the disease or poison is introduced to the victim. You can have ingestion, which could be eating or drinking it, inhaled by breathing or snorting it, contact through any sort of like absorption through skin, and injected when it's when the victim is subjected through some form of pierced attack, and then the poison enters into the body directly. Then you have potency, which is the virulence of the disease or poison. This value is set against an appropriate resisting skill, either endurance or willpower, in an opposed roll. If the character wins the roll, they shrug off the effect. If, however, they lose the roll, they suffer all of the disease or poison conditions, each at the appropriate time. Then you have resistance, how the disease or poison is resisted, either endurance or willpower as well, but may have more exhaustive resistance required as well. Resistance can be rolled at the time of the exposure, or deferred until the onset time to conceal the fact that the character might have been infected or poisoned. So it's either as a way to resist its effect or to conceal the effects. So interesting side note to it. Yeah, so the resistance is what is chosen for the character to roll, while the potency is what the character is rolling, amount that is rolling against. Then you have onset time. Many diseases and poisons do not take immediate effect. The delay is called the onset time, and this can be a matter of seconds, minutes, hours, or maybe even longer. Poisons or diseases possessing multiple effects may have different onset times for each as described under the condition. Then you have duration, which is obvious how long the poison or disease lasts when it comes to conditions. Then you have the conditions themselves. Every toxin has one or more conditions. They have specific effects described under the table below. And if a victim fails to resist, they suffer all the conditions described. And then you also have the antidote or cure. If the toxin can be treated, it will be noted here. Otherwise, all non-magical diseases and poisons can be alleviated by a specific healing magic, such as Cure Malady spell. Successful treatment prevents any further conditions from occurring. Yet, in some circumstances, they may leave the victim suffering enduring effects that have already been inflicted. Yeah, it can get nastier, and just to kind of look at one to see how exactly it's listed. So yeah, how it's applied, it's injected, its potency, it's 80, you have to resist it with endurance. Number of days in a dice roll with a flat modifier, and duration, flat number with a quick dice roll modifier. Conditions, and antidote, be cured by healing skill up to onset of mania, at which point the disease must be treated magically. So it's even clearly clarifying if there is a point where you can no longer assist through it or any other means. And yeah, we have here some mentions of things like agony, asphyxiation, bleeding, blindness, confusion, contagions, deafness, death, dumbness. Vocal cords are paralyzed, preventing verbal communication. Okay. Weird choice of words, but fair. Exhaustion, fever. Maybe that might be an etymology thing, and we just now apply dumb or something different. Hallucination, maiming, mania, nausea, paralysis, sapping, unconsciousness. So yeah, from the most fatal to not so bad. I'm not sure exactly which one would be the least bad out of all these. Maybe nausea. Nausea might be the most acceptable of them all. And there, we have a few of them that are inspired from real life, and a few just a lot more, you know, kind of fantasy related as well. But yeah, now we've covered the poisons and all that. We're now at the point of talking about encumbrance. Something for us to. Oh, actually, I think there's like something that I think I've missed. Yeah, there is. Oh yeah, this is. I think it mentions the example of increasing skills, which I have not read. But I think I'm gonna read it once we're back to the break, and then we're gonna go to the encumbrances. Which, you know, speaking of which, I'm gonna be taking a break now, and I will return once the break is over. I'll see you in a bit. Okay, let's get back to it. So, as I said before, we're quickly looking through the example of play from Anaphame's Saga for skill advancement. Then we're going back to the encumbrance list. So, tired of having sand kicked in her face by Xenos during combat training, Anaphame decides that she needs to be as strong as her hated rival so that she can properly humiliate him next time they face off in a sparring circle. With her strength of 10 and size strength of 11, size 10, and no damage modifier, she is at a significant disadvantage, especially when wrestling. Thus, Anaphame throws herself body and soul into a punishing training schedule. Her player deciding that she'll use all three Anaphame's regularly assigned experience rolls to increase her strength. She boosts her characteristics by 6, and then at the expense of consuming all her free time, preventing any other skill improvements made. The Game Master also rules that it takes 6 weeks of campaign time for her to achieve this new strength. When Anaphame next turns up at the combat school, Xenos eventually makes some foul comment concerning her new manliness and seizes up upon to challenge him. The arrogant noble insulting looks her muscular physique up and down, strength 17, then offers to arm wrestle with her. However, although her damage modifier is now in parity with Xenos at a 1+ 1d2, she still loses the match, her rival being slightly more experienced in applying his brawn in these tests of Gizmo. Anaphame rages at her humiliating defeat, but Master Xemophis approaches his student and sardonically suggests that if she spent time actually practicing her combat skill instead of turning herself into an ox, she might actually simply put out her opponent next time. Anaphame hears the wisdom in his words and sees her weightlifting planning to invest some of her future experience rolls in becoming more skillful in unarmed combat. Following the advice Xemophis, Anaphame seeks out her mentor to be schooled in the arts of unarmed combat, in her single-mindedness to become expert of the infantry combat style. Her unarmed skills has languished at a mere 37. Master Xemophis, on the other hand, is an expert with 85 and a teach skill of 79. After 10 days of intense training, Anaphame benefits greatly from her mentor's wisdom. The difference in skill between them is 48, which on the training chart table normally results in a 1d4 bonus. However, Xemophis also critically succeeded on increasing the table by 2 steps, with improving it on a 1d6+1. Anaphame gains a 5% of unarmed skills to a total of 42. Well worth every bruise. Yeah, a bit of an example of play of how exactly you could interpret all these stats and all these experiences of character improvement. Oh, now looking at encumbrance. Encumbrance represents both the mass and bulk of an item. The greater the encumbrance value, the more difficult it is to carry. So correlating encumbrance with size can be a challenge. Light but bulky items often impose just as much of a burden as small but heavy ones. As a rule of thumb, 3 encumbrance is equivalent to 1 size, but depending on the item, Game Master might want to adjust the ratio to a 2:1 or an even 1:1. A head-sized lump of lead, for instance, is far heavier than a similar sized lump of rocks. Conversely, a large sack loosely filled with goose down might have a ratio of 5:1. As always, common sense should prevail in such circumstances. So yeah, it's very much kilogram of steel versus a kilogram of feathers, and you know, it just looks, even though one looks to have more than the other, and things related to like volume, density, all that sort of thing. Items that have 0 encumbrance value are on their own inconsequentials. However, consider that 20 0 encumbrant items equals to 1 encumbrance. So you technically have a few start to add up after a while. Then you have encumbrance capacity. Each character can carry a total of encumbrance equal to 2 times their strength with ease. Everyday clothing does not contribute to this capacity, but armor does. So you should take note of the encumbrance of armor below. If the total encumbrance borne exceeds the 12 type strengths accrued, that's fine. Hi there, Winter. Been here a bit, just lurking. That's completely fine. Congrats on being second. Appreciate you being around. Don't worry. If you just need to be lurking, that's completely fine. I appreciate it nonetheless. Yeah, no worries. Good luck with whatever you have to do as you lurk. Moving on. If your encumbrance borne exceeds the 2 times strength, then the character is considered burdened, which has the following effects. Skills using strength for dex as part of their base, including combat skills, become 1 grade harder. Base movement rate drops to 2 meters. Drops by 2 meters, sorry. And the character can no longer sprint. Carrying the load counts as medium activity for fatigue purposes. So the longer you do this, the higher likelihood is that you're going to get fatigued. If the born encumbrance exceeds strength times 3, then the character is considered to be overloaded. The effects are as thus: skill using strength for dex as their base, including combat, become 2 grade harder. Base movement rate drops to half normal, and the character cannot move faster than walk speed. And carrying the load counts as strenuous activity for purposes. A character cannot carry a total encumbrance more than their strength times 4, either the mass or unwieldy bulk of the objects proving to be too much to bear for more than a short distance. Yeah, quite straightforward encumbrance rules. I don't really have much to mention so far about it. It's just, yeah, the more you carry, the harder it is for you to do all these things. Then you have armor encumbrance. When considering its encumbering nature, armor has a number of different effects. It not only hinders the initiative, mentioned in armor penalty, and slows the gates faster than a walk, which is mentioned in armor, but also burdens the bear with its bulky weight. That amount armor counts towards encumbrance capacity. Depends on whether or not it's worn or carried. When worn, only half of the total encumbrance of the armor is counted towards encumbrance, because you're spreading the weight across your body. When carried, the full encumbrance value of the armor is counted towards encumbrance. It's all concentrated in one point, physics, that sort of thing. And to kind of get a bit of an example, Anafames owns a partial suit of bronze hoplite plate. This comprises a crested helm, a cuirass, and I always forget how this is pronounced, and 2 bracers. The panoply covers 5 of her body locations and has an armor penalty of -4, which counts both against her initiative and her running and sprinting speed due to the hindrance the strap pieces have on her body movement. Additionally, the armor has a total encumbrance of 20, simply due to the weight of the heavy bronze. If she carried the armor on her back whilst also bearing her spear, sword, and a hoplite shield, Anaphame would have a total encumbrance of 26. Which is more than twice her strength available, rating her burden. However, if she wears her armor instead, the encumbrance of the panoply is halved, reducing her to a 16, leaving her a little extra capacity to carry extra equipment and not be hindered by the load. Yeah, kind of an example of how to manage out those weights. And for non-human encumbrance, whilst the encumbrance rules works fine for humans, scale characters, they can begin to break down for creatures larger or smaller dimensions. So best way to avoid scaling issues is to assume that the arms and equipment for each species scales in proportion with their user's size. Thus, a great axe by a minotaur would be slightly larger than one by a human royal guard, as it would its armor. Calculate the encumbrance of proportional size equipment. Add together all the encumbrance values of everything carried by the creature. Then multiply the final result by the ratio of the average size of a member of that race, and divide it by the average size of a human. So total encumbrance multiplied by average size of species divided by the human. That's gonna be it. Which is fair enough to kind of like figure out like what exactly would be encumbering for a creature or vice versa. Now, alternative encumbrance rules. Keeping detailed track of encumbrance adds considerable effort to maintaining the character sheet, especially when items are picked up and looted as a consequence of many groups simply hand-waving encumbrance as being an unnecessary hassle in general, or sometimes people just apply common sense more than anything and go with that. Would also still wish to keep a rough track of encumbrance, but want something less math intensive. Considering the following alternative, which does not track items carried strict terms of encumbrance value. So, all characters can carry a number of items equal to half their strength without being encumbered. Over half their strength and up to their strength, it's considered burdened. And over their strength to 1.5 times their strength, they are overloaded. So it's a bit more generalized. One item is equivalent to anything that can be comfortably carried in one hand. Things that are two-handed or are strapped to an arm, shield per se, count as 2 items. Note that the size of the creature will influence what is considered 1 or 2 items. For a giant, a greatsword would comfortably be counted as 1 item, whereas for human-sized creatures, it would be clearly 2. Bone armor and any kind does not contribute to the encumbrance. If carried, then it counts as its equivalent armor penalty value. Yeah, you can have an option that it's a bit more simplified in case you are not that big of you're not a fan of doing the maths. And also about the non-human species, continuing with the Minotaur example, we find its proportional size ratio of being of 1:7 because it's 22 divided by 13. Thus, a Minotaur wearing a full hoplite panoply and wielding a great axe will have a total encumbrance of 27. 28 halved plus 2 for the great axe, and the total multiplied by 1:7. Still well within the unburdened limits of strength times 2 for an average Minotaur is 34. Although this sum may require a few seconds to work out, it simplifies the entire process to a single calculation to avoid time-consuming bookkeeping. Because yeah, you can just take your equivalents and just upscale them using this math formula and see if they are within their encumbrance or not. And also, this way you can kind of like figure out encumbrance of items that are of certain proportion. Like for example, there have been in other games the whole idea of larger weapons that you then put into question, like how can a character wield them and how exactly can a character carry them, and anything like that. I know, like I think in D&D, the Dungeon Master Guide at some point had this odd mention where a creature of a bigger size scale, of a bigger size category, like huge or like large or huge. I think it was starting from huge, which are known within their character stat to have 2d6 or like pretty big dice roll numbers for their weapon attack. Of course, there was like the initial assumption, or kind of like what was thought to be rules as intended, that extra damage or that big damage number is given because it's a large creature hitting you, even if it's a weapon. So it's purely about physics, wave, leverage, elevation, that sort of thing. Where you have just a bigger, stronger creature hitting you at a wider surface. But then it was kind of like implied that, oh no, that damage in Dungeon Master Guide is kind of implied that no, that damage is actually the weapon itself. It's not the creature. So that 2d8 or 2d10 greatsword that a giant might have, it's a 2d10 greatsword that a human character could use if they are within capabilities of wielding it. Which, if you are I forgot what the subclass was called. There was a fighter subclass that allows you, that has an ability that you can increase your creature size. If you were to take that class, you could easily grab that weapon, and now all of a sudden you have a decimating sword purely by damage numbers, without even being magical. So yeah, really good ways to kind of fuck up the bell curve if you have really creative players when it comes to, or you have the classic enlarge reduce, you can also probably take advantage of to some extent. So it's always interesting to see those sort of things. Then we have another more common ruling, which is falling. Now that we check with the encumbrance, I also to actually go back a bit to the encumbrance. I do like it's easily detailed, even in the full rulings. It's not confusing. It's not like, it's a bit more mathier, yes, but easy to kind of like grasp and figure out. So I don't see it as a I don't see it as a problem. But at the same time, again, if you feel like you just don't want to do the math, you don't want to do the numbers, yeah, the alternate, the variant rule is a lot more straightforward, and I feel like reasonable to just quantify by item than necessarily quantify by weight, which kind of goes a bit into the, I think, how most players, or like at least in other games, how a lot of players kind of utilize the concept of encumbrance, of just, okay, how many items you are trying to get take with you. Like, okay, you're taking a lot of weapons and gear and all sorts of things at once. That's kind of funky. Honestly, I think this encumbrance rule, you could probably utilize it in a similar fashion also to those games. I have to like double check, because D&D is a bit more hand wavy with the the standard encumbrance rules are very forgiving. Variant ones not so much. I wonder if this one would be a good in-betweener, where somehow you utilize your strength score as a way to like determine how many items you can carry by number, and anything that is worn is not it's not counted towards. So, and in this situation, armor and shields might be, or just armor might be considered worn, but not shields or weapons, unless they are somehow maybe with the apex, maybe with like some sort of like special property or feature. I would say not, but otherwise, yeah. So you could probably, I don't know, go with similar rulings where you're carrying 20 items. So let's say, so yeah, half of it it's the usual item. So if you're carrying 8 items, you are up to your total score maximum. You're fine. You're over it and 1.5. If you're up to your half, you're fine. Then you're half to up your strength. You're just burdened. Might be fine. Might be a bit of a tough number. But you know, you can also go with the same thing where if nothing has like a weight value or if it's considered inconsequential to the carry capacity, you just do not count them. And maybe they're even more forgiving. You don't necessarily go with the ruling of, you know, one hand or two-handed. It's you just go with it's an item. I'm saying this because, you know, with the characteristics, it doesn't necessarily, you don't have a big range of numbers compared to Mythras, because it's a percentile base. So you have from 1, at the very least, you have 1 from 100 or something like that, so that it's better. While not 1 to 100, but you have like 20-ish something, over a bit over 20. While in D&D it's gonna be hard to like reach 20, although to be fair, like depending on how you build your characters, you can have like pretty high strength stats. Or who knows, maybe you can even add your constitution just to make it a bit more interesting. Just to and that way you have an even bigger range. Something of the sorts clearly can be made. But yeah, now let's get into falling. Or maybe not necessarily fall specifically, but you know. Which, you know, represents the amount of damage suffered in a fall, which depends on the distance of the drop. And armor points do not reduce the fall, because you're just slamming to the ground. 1 meter or less is no damage. Over 2 meters to up to 5, it's 1d6. And from the looks of it, to a random location, then you have 2d6 to 2 random locations, 3d6 to 3, then 46 to 4, and then from that point onwards, it's just 1d6 for every additional 5 meter range. So yeah, at that point, so basically kind of like D&D, where you have like a d6 per certain metric distance, per certain unit of distance. Here, of course, because you have like body, you know, different body HPs, it's a bit different. But considering that your body, every part of your body is not pretty high in HP, you're getting pretty fast into like dangerous territory with just within these phases. I think you're kind of in dangerous territory of basically kind of fully breaking a limb or something of the sorts, which is not nice. Then and from that point onwards, it could be full-on fatal, compared to what would be a bit more of a heavy would be a bit more of a you know, meat sponge. That would be the, you know, usual HPs of some other systems where, you know, just everything goes straight to your HP, and your HP can even go into like 3 digits. And at that point, I mean, you have to go into like ridiculous jump heights too. Which, you know, I'm of the opinion that, you know, you should not, which is kind of why I always go with the homebrew rule where, you know, fall damage doesn't cap. Because of the HP shenanigans that you can probably do in D&D, I'm like, nah, you are gonna die, just to defy the idea that no fucking creature could escape the fatality that is terminal velocity. You are gonna get that terminal velocity on you. So yeah, that's basically the shtick. So Yeah, that's my just usually my homebrewing rule. Where I don't cap fall damage for anything for most of the games where I know that the numbers get a bit crazy in HP, and at some point it's just gonna be easily to ignored, or people or characters can easily sacrifice or willing to sacrifice their HP to do a jump. Yeah. The damage roll is rolled separately for each location, and it's not spread among them. Fair. Creatures of smaller sizes suffer less from fall damage. Those from 8 to 9 treat the same distance as 1 meter less. 6 to 7, 3 meters less. 4 to 5, 5. And a creature from size to 3, 8 meters less. And a creature of size 1 or less treats the distance as fallen as 10 meters or less. Yeah, this one is definitely... This one goes a bit more heavy into the physics aspect of, terminal velocity. It's also about how heavy and dense the object is that is falling compared to the gravity of compared to like weight and gravity and all that. Creatures of larger size, for example, suffer more from fall damage. Every 10 points above, add a d6. So size 20 creature adds 1d6 damage. Thus, a size 35 creature, drop shipping from a height of 2 meters, would take 3d6 damage to a random location. Then you have acrobatics that can be used to mitigate falling damage. A successful roll allows the character to treat the fall as if they were 2 meters shorter than it actually is. In addition, as long as the roll is successful, the character does not suffer a serious or major wound due to the fall, and the character lands relatively safely and is not prone. So you can avoid serious or major wounds even if though you take big damage. That's nice. Character falling onto the surfaces may treat the distance they fall as halved for the purpose of damage. This is always at a game master discretion. Characters falling onto damaging surfaces, such as a pit of spikes, will suffer the effects of the surface to all locations that are damaged in the fall. So if you go legs first, those are gonna get the spikes. If you are going head first, yeah, let's hope nothing too important gets impaled. Then falling objects impart an amount of damage based on its size and the distance of the fall. An object imparts 1d6 damage for every 6 points of size, a fraction thereof, plus an amount of damage equal to the damage taken column in the falling distance, including any reductions for objects of smaller sizes. For every points of 6 points of size, okay. But it can also take like damage reduction if it's lower than 6, plus whatever else. Yeah, objects are more likely to break apart than sentient creatures. Falling from a moving vehicle, damage sustained from a moving vehicle, from falling from a moving vehicle, such as a chariot, depends on the vehicle's speed and distance fallen. Assume that the speed in meters per combat round is equal to half the height shown on the distance table. A chariot moving 20 meters per combat round would inflict 2d6 damage to a random location if a character should fall. So interesting that you can take into account also the aspects of physics, hurting you not only both horizontally and vertically. So you get horizontal and vertical fall. I guess you could also probably apply this kind of concept or rule to like hard stopping vehicles, like utilizing the same idea. if a vehicle moves at 20 meters and receives a hard stop, you will receive 2d6 damage if you are not bracing yourself in any ways. So an interesting thing to kind of take into account, I would suppose. Then, but yeah, overall, he said, like I said, it's similar to, like, I would say, like how, like, I think after like a D&D and probably Pathfinder and some other systems utilize it, where, you know, it's a damage dice that gets higher the longer the distance. I like also the application that, you know, depending on creature size and something like that, because of how physics works, you get a bit of a variety. Of course, if you just don't, I would even say, even here, if you don't necessarily want to deal with that kind of situation, either you can, like, maybe simplify this a bit, or just not necessarily take it fully into consideration, and just to kind of have it generally applied, or maybe just have some more standard reductions instead. So you don't necessarily have to keep track of all of it. But yeah, I don't necessarily have too many comments here about this. But now we can talk into, like, a more important topic, or, like, mechanic within this game, which is fatigue, which measures tiredness and the incremental effects it has. It's an important aspect in Mythras, and it's used to track many different things, from strenuous activities to debilitating effects of disease or magic. So, for physical effort, the primary way of accruing fatigue is by engaging in some sort of physical activity. The more arduous the exercise or work, the more quickly it tires the character. There are 3 classes of effort: light, medium, and strenuous. The length of time a character can engage in an activity without becoming fatigued is determined by their constitution, and detailed under each category. Once this time has elapsed, the character must take an appropriate skill roll, either athletics, brawn, or endurance, and to resist gaining a level of fatigue. Unless the recipient of some form of magic that naturally extends the wakefulness of all characters needs sleep. A character can remain awake for a number of hours equal to twice their constitution before needing to make an endurance roll. If successful, the character can continue to function normally at an equal number of equals half before needing to take a further endurance roll, although this roll will be 1 grade harder than the last. Each failed roll accrues 1 level of fatigue. So yeah, the longer you're not taking care of yourself, the worse this effect is gonna get. It's in a way similar to exhaustion. It's just a more, I think, incremental application of certain things. So, for example, effects of fatigue. Every failed roll accrues a level of fatigue. Each level of fatigue carries penalties for skill use, movement, initiative, and action points. Asphyxiation, blood loss, and some types of magic also contribute to fatigue accrual. For most characters, activities of any kind become near impossible when the level of incapacity is reached. At this stage, the character is still conscious but incapable of anything but the most desperate activities. Beyond incapacitated, characters cannot act at all. Fatigue level of semi-conscious, comatose, and dead are generally reserved for measuring the most extreme effects, such as suffocation, disease, blood loss, starvation, exposure, and so on. So, it is perfectly possible to accrue fatigue from several sources, potentially making some situations more dangerous. For example, a thief climbs the flanks of an existing extinct volcano to reach a long-forgotten temple, in which fantastically precious jewels are reputed to be hidden. By the time he crests the crater's rim, his fatigue level has reached tired, spurred on by the sighting of the ruins upon an island at the center of a flooded caldera. The thief foolishly undertakes the swim, and before resting, in the process is losing several more levels of fatigues from failed swim rolls. When the scaly guardian of the sacred temple pulls him under the surface, the fatigue accrual from drowning starts from his current level of exhausted, and he swiftly dies, lacking the energy to put up a fight. Damn. Brutal. So here are like mentions of the general grade of fatigue. So fresh, winded, tired, wearied, exhausted, debilitated, incapacitated, semi-conscious, comatose, and dead, which is dead. Recovery period never. Which I'm guessing here it goes back to like I'm guessing it like scales backwards and how long it takes until you get to the next one, so forth. And yeah, different aspects that are affected: movement, initiative, and action points. Here, as I mentioned, a physical effort table. Light conditions. A light effort where you do a constitution roll in hours. For example, activity that places no strains on the body. All reasonable activities at a steady pace. The skill roll, very easy grade. Versus either athletics, brawn, or endurance. According to the task, athletics for exercise, brawn for heavy lifting, endurance for activities, and so on. Medium physical effort, which is in minutes, would be manual labor. The same by physical exercise, which is as above, but on an easy grade. And then strenuous, which is constitution in seconds. Rounded up to the next combat round, so get a quick freebie. Combat, struggling against the elements, physical activities in extremely adverse circumstances. It's a standard grade versus athletics, brawn, or endurance according to the task. Endurance for combat, brawn for heavy lifting, and athletics for exercise. So yeah, fatigue here is definitely it's more ever present and ever ticking sort of element, and because you're accumulating it through tasks and not just something necessarily just aspects of you avoiding care. It's also you going through your day-to-day. So yeah, you can't do too many combat rounds. It's still you get to a point where you might need to rest. So the game kind of has a built-in pacing system of its own that of course, depending on how well the players roll and all that, it can vary a bit and whatnot. And of course, then it's also up to the players to kind of take a bit of that risk and decision factor of if they want to actually go through it or not. Take the risk and accumulate more fatigue, or just decide to rest instead. But yeah, this is more of an ever-present mechanic compared to maybe the exhausted feature or like exhausted condition in D&D, where aside from like a few specific situations, for example, like not taking rests every 24 hours and just accumulating exhaustion that way, or occasionally a few abilities causing exhaustion, that's kind of it. But yeah. But how do you recover the fatigue? Characters recover fatigue by depending on their healing rate. The amount of complete rest needed to recover from each level of accrued fatigue is equal to the recovery period divided by the character's healing rate. Note that the table represents fatigue recovery for physical exertion. Fatigue recovery can be much faster when recovering from asphyxiation, or slower if recuperating from blood loss. So I'm guessing it's up to you to kind of like manage these up and down based on of the preserves mechanics like statements. So yeah, there's a lot of interplay here. But yeah, healing rate then can minimize even more this amount. And how do you manage fatigue and its effects makes for additional bookkeeping. For simplifying things, game masters can decide that only certain types of activities can contribute towards fatigue, but common sense should apply. A character dressed in full plate in a tropical jungle on a hot summer's day could not spend 3 hours hacking its way through the foliage without suffering a fatigue in some way. Similarly, carrying heavy loads, trekking uphill, foot chases, long swims, or digging out ancient necropolis are all going to take their toll on a character, potentially tiring them in a moment. So yeah, you can be, I guess you can also like wave it up, be a bit more forgiving of it. But you know, when you've reached certain points in a scenario or scene or counter or event or so on, maybe it's important to kind of, you know, emphasize that element of risk and effort, and to kind of put a bit more challenge to the fact, especially if you as the game master know that, hey, there is some things that might come up, in as long as even the players have some sort of notice or some sort of knowledge that they might be dealing with, they have to handle multiple things at once, and this becomes kind of a risk reward sort of situation where, yeah, you could take the hit and probably accumulate more fatigue, but it might affect you for whatever future tasks might come about. Yeah, that's not always nice. But yeah, overall cool system. It's gonna be a bit it's definitely more bookkeeping-ish because of, you know, as mentioned here, the elements, the fact that recovery rates depending on certain effects might be shorter or longer, so that's going to be a bit more of the annoying part of sometimes having to apply these exceptions or these special case scenarios where sometimes it's faster, sometimes it's shorter. But again, at times common sense is or just you know, going at it with what feels right in the moment is fine, not necessarily having to keep track or keep knowledge of everything. Now let's talk about fire as another form of, you know, ouch damage, kind of like how acid it was, but this one is a bit more spicy. Well, technically, would acid be more spicy than fire? It's a different style of spicy, let's call it. But yeah, fires are always a source of dangers when used as a weapon or rage out of control. They damage both people and objects. How much is dependent on the intensity of the source. Fire intensity table below gives 5 different intensities with a few examples. The damage inflicted per round is given in the damage column relative to being relatively small intensity. 1 and 2 sources apply their damage to a single hit location. Usually that usually whatever it is, the touching source. Intensity of 3 or 4 sources are larger and applying damage to the nearest one d4 plus 1 hit location, indicating the degree of radiant heat. Intensity 5 sources affect all hit locations simultaneously. Fire clearly has the ability to ignite flammable materials. If not extinguished immediately, they will combust within a number of rounds as indicated by the intensity. Once ignited, flammable materials burn until physically extinguished. Damage is applied directly to the hit points of the material, ignoring armor points, and to any flesh beneath. If left uncontrolled, it spreads to a number of hit locations per round equal to its intensity. So yeah, as kind of like examples, candle is intensity 1, torch is 2, campfire is 3, room filling conflagration is 4, and volcanic lava is 5. And the only one that is instant and very burny. So yeah, be careful, fire hurts. As any MMO should probably have taught you, do not stand the fire. But yeah, now then we still have some healing, but that's gonna be important. Luck points, passions. I think traps on a weather ability. We might be able to actually be done with all of this pretty fast. As I said, some of it is listed here and there, so you know it makes sense. Some of it was probably going to be skipped because it's just lists of things, like how we've seen with traps. Weather might have a bit there that we don't necessarily have to cover too much of it. Well, I think we can cover what's left within the remaining hour. Even so, I will extend it a bit longer just to be done with this chapter, and probably be done with it, and be done with the day, and leaving game mastery as the last thing for us to cover next week. But yeah, let's see. This is regarding, I think, healing, so I'm not gonna I'm not gonna read too much about it. I was like curious to see if there's sometimes these sagas are placed in like weird locations for some reason, and a bit odd to me. I prefer to kind of like put them aside. Or try to kind of read them when, you know, all the subjects you know, that it refers have been covered. But anyhow, so let's see. I'm also looking at the hour because we're getting pretty close to an ad break, so I was thinking maybe if I'm cover this after the ad break and just have a quick moment of a quick breather before jumping into anything else. I mean, we can like read at the very least the beginning section of healing and then continue with the rest afterwards, so we don't have to add additional unnecessary time. So healing from injury. Natural healing from wounds and injuries is based on the character's healing rate. The healing rate dictates how many hit points are recovered in the location depending on the nature. For minor wounds is days, serious wounds is week, and major wounds it's months. So yeah, healing here in a non-magical way is not fast. It's in no way fast. That's a character with a healing rate of 3 suffers damage. Taking him to a -3 in a hit location. Serious wound will naturally heal at a rate of 3 hit points per week. Until his wound goes above 0. Then heals 3 hit points per day until fully recovered. There are certain restrictions on natural healing though. The healing character cannot engage in strenuous activities, otherwise the healing rate is reduced by 1d3. That specific period, so you might add additional days. Thus, a character recovering from even a minor wound could find his progress halted if they decide to engage in any physical task that might exacerbate the injuries. Natural healing would not begin to heal a major wound until that location has been treated with a successful healing roll, which has been mentioned in the past. Non-dismembering major wounds which are not treated within a number of days equal to 1/20th of the healing skill become maimed, permanently reducing the hit points of that location. So might have some permanent scarring to deal with as well. Guidance on how to stage combat to take into account these lengthy healing times is provided in the Game Mastery chapter, Facing Combat Encounters. So that's something for us to look next week. That's for sure. So yeah, definitely healing. It's something that it's gonna take a lot longer and more for you, and it's gonna require more out of you. So you'll have to be careful. So you know, it's not as easy, and you know, probably depending on how you do the campaign, the pacing might be a lot slower if you don't have any sort of like magical or more common ways of instant, maybe something like a potion of healing or something of the sorts. And even there, I'm not sure exactly how you would apply it. Then you have magical healing. Some magic can heal the wounds suffered by a victim, yet there are specific restrictions as to what level of wound can be treated by each spell. For example, a common magic spell heal cures only minor wounds, whereas the sorcery spell of regeneration can heal both minor and serious. There are a few magics which can reserve the traumatic injuries of major as well. Reverse. No matter how petty the healing spell or miracle, its application is always enough to stabilize any type of wound, preventing the bleeding and immediate death, even if it doesn't actually cure the underlying injury. So you can also use it as a stabilizing magic. Note that this only applies to gross physical trauma, not to conditions brought about by suffocation, poison, and the like. So yeah, you have to be a bit careful about that. So yeah, it's more of a stabilization process, but you know, certain conditions might still be overwritten because you know there's also the aspect of common sense and logic. Because yeah, healing magic is not gonna all of a sudden heal your lack of not being able to breathe for some reason. Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna be taking a quick break now because an ad is about to come up, and I will return once the ad is over, and possibly, hopefully, conclude the game system chapter after the fact. So yeah, I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, there we go. Let's finalize this this chapter. So we are looking through healing. So now we have left and just looked at the general aspects of healing and through magical and non-magical means. We still have permanent injuries, where some major wounds and certain poisons or diseases inflict maiming injuries. For example, horribly crushed and severed limbs, or the necrotic effects of venom. The results of this damage permanently reduces the hit points on that location, forever weakening it. Location maimed in this way, this way uses the diminished hit points value to calculate its serious and major wounds threshold. For example, injuries caused by accident or battle, roll a 1d3 and consult the following table to see the extent of the maiming. Those cases where the maiming involved the loss of a limb, reduce the d20 numbers of that hit point location by an appropriate amount. For example, right arm of a humanoid is normally struck on a roll of 13 to 15 on a d20. If, however, the arm was severed at the elbow, the location 13 to 14 no longer exists, and being struck there means that the attack actually misses. Character is vindictive enough to target such maimed limbs using choose location must roll 1d3 to see if they actually hit the remaining parts. Damn. Yeah, character permanently loses 1/3 of the hit points. If a limb represents the maiming of a hand or a foot, if a head, the character loses one of its sensory organs. Anywhere else denotes a disfiguring scar. Or to permanently lose 2/3 of the hit points. A limb is maimed from the elbow or knee down. The head loses 2 sensory organs, and torso 2 gruesomely horrible scars. And on a free, reduced to a location is reduced to a single hit point. Limbs are maimed from the shoulder or hip down. The head either loses 3 sensory organs, half the face, or the entire jaw. Chest around shows horrific scars and deformation. The body, seeing the healed wound, can comprehend how the victim survived. Damn. Oh, in a way, kind of crumpled. Severed at the elbow, which would be a 2, because the severing at the elbow is a 2, so that means that 13 and 14 is no longer there, it's only 15. I see, so, you know, based on this reduction, you also reduce the hit number locations for that, and those are considered a miss, which I guess it's a interesting sort of advantage. Again, a bit of that weird kind of like rubber banding effect. Like, yeah, you have this insane debilitating effect, but technically, because you have a lack of technically, you technically have a smaller hitbox now, and people, you know, do not assume the smaller hitbox if we're going by game logic. So that's an interesting aspect. Sure. Yeah, to get a bit of another example in play through Anaphame's saga, after months of practice, Anaphame finally succeeds in defeating Xenos in the practice circle, humiliating the proud noble by tripping him and forcing him to surrender at spear point in front of his friends. He spends that evening foolishly drinking wine in celebration. When she eventually leaves the tavern, the warrioress is too drunk to notice the sinister cloaked figures who follow and drag her into a dark alley. Whilst 2 of her assaulters pin her down, the third draws a club, to which he smashes down onto her spear hand twice, pulling every bone in the appendage. Then the men pick her up, laughing cruelly, and Anaphame recognizes the pursuer's voice of her rival as she passes out. Finally awakens, she discovers herself abandoned in the dry hills, mainly from Mythras. Suffering the pain and delirium of the major wound, it takes 4 days to stumble back to Mythras, but she finally reaches the city, modest shrine of healing.
located in the poor quarter. The serving acolyte explains that the wound is beyond her powers to heal magically, and too much time has already passed to avoid it being maimed. However, she successfully performs her healing role, ensuring that the hand does not become infected and can start to recover, albeit with slightly twisted fingers and frozen knuckles. Anafame has little choice but to heal naturally. With her right arm at a -6, it would normally take a month after the at her healing rate of 3 to recover the hit points of a, at which the major wound is reduced to a serious one. Maiming injury, however, has permanently reduced her limb to 2 hit points. This new level means the serious wound threshold of that arm is now -1. So it takes 2 months to recover, at which point another visit to the acolyte magically cures the remaining damage. Her right hand is crippled to the point of near uselessness, and Anafame, driven by her hatred to Xenos, begins to learn how to use her spear left-handed. Character development, kind of gruesome one, but character development nonetheless. Boy, we're learning a lot about Anafame through all these sagas. And here and there, the girl has it rough, I'll be fair. Damn. But anyhow, now, yeah, overall, again, has the same aspect of kind of like a, it wasn't the fatigue, what was it? The rubber banding, I've already, my brain, oh yeah, the fall damage, kind of, I forgot, what was it? The falling, else. Oh yeah, I think it was the Encumbrance. I legitimately forgot. Wow. Oh yeah, it was increasing skills with the fumbling and getting 1% extra to that skill because of failing. Yeah, there is a bit of a you know, quote unquote, you know, balancing rubber banding kind of situation, the way I would call it, but it's interesting nonetheless, and you know, interesting that, you know, you also have elements of a bit of realism where, you know, a wound left untreated, no matter how long, it cannot necessarily be magically recovered if you do not have access to stronger magics. And you know, there is the implication that within certain settings and depending on how you create your world, those stronger magics are hard to come by. So here, you know, these aspects of the character are these you know, debilitations are an important part of the character, and something that should be taken seriously and not ignored by any means. Now, after we dealt with all this healing, let's talk about inanimate objects, which possess armor points and hit points, which are used to determine resistance to damage and destruction. Armor points reduce damage before hit points are affected. Once the object's hit points it's reduced to 0, it's useless. Usually, inanimate objects offer no resistance to damage, save for their armor points. However, in the case of items that can restrict or offer a significant resistance to breakage attempts, such as barred doors or rope used to restrain hands and feet, the character must succeed with either brawn, unarmed, or weapon attack roll, as appropriate, to inflict damage. A successful roll deals damage to the item as per the weapon type. Failed roll simply failed to apply enough force to do or damage to the item to deteriorate its condition. Refer to the description of the brawn skill to determine what damage it inflicts. The inanimate object table gives some examples of armor and hit points per item. And using an object against inanimate objects, using weapons against an inanimate object with armor points is equal to or greater than those of the weapon, deal damage to both the object and the weapon. For instance, using an axe on an anvil may damage the anvil, but the axe itself would be destroying long before the anvil is. The game master should exercise discretion on which weapons can affect which object. A chisel, for example, if explicitly designed to carve wood or stone, whilst a sword, although sharp, is not. The chisel will therefore not take damage from something that is attempting to carve, whereas a sword would more wood. So yeah, common sense wherever applicable. And here is a few mentions of like armor points, hit points, and that sort of thing. And how exactly all of it would be applied, and not necessarily need for us to look. And not much else to mention, although I do like the additional aspect of sometimes you might hit a hardier object than your own, and you might just not achieve a breakage, but not the breakage you would probably want. So yeah, best to be careful about that sort of thing. Best to be careful. But anyhow, we now jump into luck points, which is another, like, if I remember correctly, it's another, like, the more intrinsic system of Mythras, which help differentiate heroes from the rank and file. They represent a character's ability to potentially turn the failure into a success and even cheat death. Every character starts with a number of luck points as described in the attribute sections of the basic character creation. Luck points can be used during play and at the beginning of the next session, replenishing to their usual value. For example, Emma and her friends meet every Friday for their weekly Mythras game. One Friday night, Emma, playing Anna Fame, is given a cause to use all her character's luck points. For a variety of reasons, out of luck points, Anna Fame manages to survive with no catastrophic consequences till the end of the game session. However, when the players reconvene on the following Friday, Anna Fame's luck points will have replenished back to the normal value. Luck points only increase if the power characteristic increases, or some form of magic provides a temporary increase in some fashion. So it's not something that you would be able to, like, standardly improve yourself. And so yeah, how do you use them? Luck points can be used in a variety of ways. Only one luck point can be used in support of a particular action. Each of the following options costs a single luck point. Cheat death. Characters can use a luck point to reroll any dice roll they make, or swap the numbers already rolled when rolling a D100, for example. This can be a skill roll, damage roll, or anything else to that effect. Characters can even force an opponent to re-roll an attack or damage roll made against them. Desperate effort. If a character has exhausted their action points during a fight and needs to find that last spurt of desperate energy and perhaps avoid a messy demise, they may spend a luck point to gain an additional action point. And finally, mitigate damage. The character who suffers a major wound may spend a luck point to downgrade the injury to a serious. This reduces the damage taken to 1 hit point to less than what would be required to inflict a major wound. So, you're not going to mitigate too much damage. So you have a bit of leeway and a few moments where you can escape yourself with a bit more extra survivability. And group lock points, the personal connections box mentioned in character creation, describes how when a character forms personal connections during the character creation, the group as a whole gains a pool of luck points distinct from those available personally. This pool is available to all members of the team to use precisely the same way as personal luck points, but only when the character wanting to draw upon the pool go to aid one of their fellows. The game master should keep track of group luck points, or the player can do this, nominating one of the players, one of their number to keep track. Group luck points refresh in the same way as personal ones. The pool is fully restored at the beginning of the next session. However, if a game master feels that a group luck points is offering too much of an advantage or even being abused, it can be made to replenish at an appropriate point in the story, at the end of the adventure, for example, or even after a reasonable period of time. Or another method that you can do is that you have a steady replenishment. It doesn't fully replenish. You could like every session it might replenish 3 points, which you can accumulate across multiple sessions until it's back to its full. But it does not necessarily replenish to its fullest every time once a session. It could be a specific amount, and if players want to take advantage of an entire pool of luck points, then they might have to be conservative for a few sessions on their use. That's also, like, I would personally see it as a method. But at the very least, they still get a few of them as a group every session, but not a big enough number to be taken advantage of. But yeah, generally common numbers, and definitely a good way for you to kind of occasionally skirts around some of the more unforgiving sides that this rule system has, because it can have like its grittier kind of rulings and in moments when, especially when it comes to like damage and hurt and fatigue and death and all that. So it's good to have at the very least something to be like, let's of a second chance. So you know, you don't necessarily have to deal with these sort of issues constantly on a session, especially because, you know, sometimes you can just be unlucky and you feel like, especially if you feel like maybe this is not a point in the story or game that you would want to deal with this kind of big character moment, like, I don't know, like a really serious injury. So you just want to lower a bit of that impact. But yeah, overall, generally good to have. Now, another system is passions, which is a more integrated aspect of Mythras. Introduced during character creation, passions is any deeply held commitment that has the capacity to influence events during play. Although they can be used as standalone abilities, to call them skills is to do them a disservice. As passions are further expanded below to explain in more detail how they work and how they can influence Mythras characters and campaigns. In summary, passions can be used thus: to augment another skill, reflecting the depth of one's feeling, how it drives the actions. When used in this regard, passion adds 1/5 of its value to a skill being used, as long as the augmentation is thematically and dramatically important. It can also be used as an ability on its own rights to drive choices, desires, and emotional actions to respond. When used this way, a standard roll made against a passion to determine how strongly the character thinks and feels about something. If a roll is successful, then the character acts in line with what the passion would dictate. If the roll fails, the character can act freely without feeling constrained by the passion's drives. So, depending, honestly, like, depending on the aspect, this could be... Failing here could be used as it could be like an advantage, because I could see like the system of passion can also be used in some sort of like, and how you have in World of Darkness the blood bonds, and how, you know, you perceive your sire because of the blood bond. So, you know, you have this kind of like mental kind of, you know, interest and inclination and kind of mental passion towards somebody that you maybe normally would not have to, or would not desire to have to. And, you know, here in this in a scenario similar, in this case, would be like failing would allow you to actually act autonomously. That's going to be interesting. It can also be used to oppose other passions, even those held by the same character. This is typically used where two passions would conflict. For instance, a person in love might detect a course of actions that would be contrary to an oath for loyalty. Here, use an opposed roll between the two passions, with the more successful determining how the character acts. As a general measure of depth, commitment, belief, and loyalty to a cause, the higher the passion's value, the more committed the character is. Characters with similar passions can compare and contrast their ratings to determine who exhibits the deeper commitment. Well, it can also be used as kind of like a comparing stat. It can also be used to resist some form of psychological manipulation or magical domination. In certain cases, where a character is being forced into performing an act contrary to their passion, they may use substitute their passion for the usual willpower in the opposed role, especially if it's of higher amount. So yeah, during character creation, characters establish up to 3 starting passions. However, new passions can develop at any point during the Mythras game session. If circumstances warranted, one might also develop hate X, or hate to someone, where someone else does something that would strongly invoke hatred to arise. A lord or chief calling for an oath would immediately establish a passion of loyalty to X. As soon as that oath is taken or sworn, something explored further into the cults and Brotherhood's chapter. Passions developed during play in this way cost no experience and are established there and there. Of course, characters can also choose to establish passions during improvements at a cost of experience or gain a passion at its base value. See the chart which was mentioned in communities. Oh yeah, this kind of like another mention which kind of makes sense here, actually, with the previous mention that, you know, you can you can by failing, you are actually free of the passion, because passion is not just necessarily a positive aspect. Passion, as it was mentioned here, passion could also be hatred towards somebody. That's also a passion. It's not just a positive outlook. It can also have the you can also have a passion with negative connotation, because you passionately hate somebody, for example. So it kind of makes sense. So I guess to not make it confusing, they've leaned into one way, and they're probably suspecting that in most scenarios, something that would be passion driven, that you would by succeeding, by failing would allow you an anatomy would be actually no, because actually by succeeding it would I think like by succeeding would allow you the anatomy. That's kind of the weird part in failing. And how failing the passion does not. That's kind of weird. It's still a bit odd. I would say that depending on how you use it's a bit of a passions can be a bit of a balance, because at times even in ways in how the passion rolls are kind of like worded in certain scenarios, it kind of feels like sometimes you're putting certain character choices under dice rolls that you might not want to. You might already feel like in what ways you would like to your character to act upon. So this could remove a bit of agency. So my advice would be to kind of have a bit of a discussion, like how exactly you want the passions to be approached. Like you could have it as something that could be an intervening effect here and there, but to kind of like make sure and kind of have a discussion on how you balance out this with your players, so they do not feel that a good chunk of their actions is determined. Because yeah, some players might be fine with it and definitely would roll with the idea of kind of doing the whole yes and aspect through dice rolls and anything else. So that is a option and solution. But yeah, deepening and waning, passions can increase during a game independently of experience rolls, based on the strength of whatever occurred to trigger the increase. Also, passions can and do wane. A strongly held belief can be shaken by many things, that passion being either reduced or in more extreme circumstances reversed completely. For instance, a character with a trust chieftain might, if his chieftain acts treacherously, reduce their passion to turn into distrust chieftain at the same percentage. The game master needs to determine if a passion reduces or reverses. If it reduces, then it does so according to the strength of the source of the change. Deepening and waning tables shown by how much the passions change. So a weak change is a 1d10, a moderate one is a 1d10 plus 5, and a strong one is a 1d10 plus 10. Further advice for game masters using passion to drive a scenario or campaign is going to be mentioned in the game mastery chapter. Yeah, that's completely fine. But yeah, as mentioned before, this one you have to balance it out. It might sometimes feel that it takes a bit out of your agency if you let it dictate too many decisions for you. So in some scenarios, maybe I would even recommend or suggest that you utilize the passion as kind of a guideline on how exactly you would want to kind of get an idea of how your character would behave in certain scenarios, but still let the agency to the player. And maybe in some extreme scenarios or some ways that you have clarified with the group prior to the event, that hey, in these kinds of scenarios I would ask for a roll, are you okay for this? While in X not as intense scenarios, I would allow you to interpret the percentage and how exactly they would act, and compare it with anything else that might be conflicted upon your character sheet. And maybe put the exception that if you feel like it, or in that moment, or like if you're in a moment where you're undecided, we can go by the standard ruling of doing a contested roll between the two, but not have that as a default. So again, communication and figuring it out with the players, so all involved can have fun. Then there is survival. Characters may find themselves in a hostile environment, desert, arctic landscapes, mountains, rain-lashed moorlands, and so on. In such environments, characters may find themselves battling the elements and be The three big killers: exposure, starvation, and thirst. Each danger has specific onset times before a critical point is, after which the debilitation occurs at a steady rate. Second. Thing yes, yep. Because these are yappy kind of streams overall. Yeah, for example, exposure occurs when the body is insufficiently protected against a hostile environment. Assuming suitable clothing, it usually starts to take effect after a number of hours equal to your constitution. Subsequent exposure rate can range from daily to mere minutes depending on the weather conditions mentioned at temperature. Starvation takes place after an extended period of time without food. Critical levels of starvation begin after a number of days equal to half your constitution. After this, the starvation rate is daily, and dehydration becomes at a constitution number multiplied by 4 hours. Although in arid or hot environments, this might be a ×3 or even a ×2 with your constitution. Ensuring dehydration rate depends on the ambient aridity or humidity of the environment. The precipitation page will mention more detail. Once any of the above conditions takes hold, the character starts to accrue fatigue levels. An endurance roll is required at onset, which is then repeated every time the exposure, starvation, or dehydration cycle hits. If the roll is failed, then then another level of fatigue is accrued. Care should be taken to apply any skills penalties suffered from the current level of fatigue. Eventually, their increasing debilitation steadily wears down the character's capability until incapacitation is reached. Thereafter, without help, death will swiftly follow, because these are elements of survival which would not lead you to just an incapacitated state. You would starve to death, dehydrate to death. You know, the elements might take you over from being overly exposed to heat or cold, for example, or any other sort of ailment. But yeah, but it's pretty straightforward. It's pretty direct to elements of survival. As mentioned before, I think, and probably as many games run, not every game necessarily runs aspects of survival, or it's definitely more for those who put a bit more of that greediness. Although it could occasionally be used as an optional or like an occasional situational ruling, depending on certain encounters or scenarios where, or I don't know, maybe you are in a short arc where, you know, the players might be in lack of resources or anything like that. Like maybe, you know, doing it like doing it a bit of a twist where, you know, you give like basically a mini survival arc to the players for a short while, and then, you know, once they're out of that survival arc, then they can go back to the usual without having to keep track of the survival element. So, you know, sometimes you can add it as just an occasional moment of, you know, spicing things up, or just purely just not have it as part of the game if you feel like, you know, you just kind of like want to wave off these aspects of game and just make and not necessarily keep track of all these elements or anything else of the sorts. Or maybe have some sort of like mixture of the two, where if you know that, you know, the player characters have taken rest in any sort of you know, civilized, not necessarily just civilized, just any sort of living settlement or active settlement, they should not worry about these things, because they would be able to find and accumulate certain resources without effort, and only in but in locations of, I don't know, camping outside and without any sort of rations bought prior. You know, then after that maybe ensue some elements of tracking, figuring out if there is anything to actually obtain as food, and resources and protection, or anything else of the sort. Yeah, you can mix and match, balance it out, or just purely not have it included. That's also completely fine. Then, as part of survivals, you know, at the end of the day, they are somewhat related. You also have traps, which are ubiquitous devices used by every culture, from the digging of pitfalls to capture animals to death traps guarding tombs for all eternity. These devices are built for a range of purposes, each specifically tailored to raising an alarm, capturing interlopers, or maiming and killing thieves outright. Yeah, constructing traps requires that the builder knows either the mechanism or engineering skill. Small traps such as a bear trap or a trap locks require mechanism, whereas larger scale constructions like spike pits or rolling boulders need engineering. So common sense of what you think one would apply to the other. Beyond hiring the constructing craftsmen, traps often have very expensive components or manual costs. As a general guideline, alarms cost the skills of the creator in copper pieces. Ensnaring traps the same in silver, and death traps require the payment in gold. All traps have a difficulty rating, which represents how difficult it is to perceive, disarm, or avoid. This value is treated as its skill when resisted in an opposed roll. Despite the many entertaining tales told by storytellers, traps, especially those intended to kill, rarely have a method to cleverly avoid or reversing the effects once set in motion. Without magic or good fortune, those caught in a death trap usually succumb to its highly effective purpose. In short, they're not intended to be survivable. Unless a trap has some cunning design or in some sort of enduring magical enchantment, once it has been sprung, it must be manually set. So yeah, kind of no take backsies or no like second chances. You're kind of donezo. So yeah, what are the trap traits? You have their purpose, which could be alarm, to silently or audibly signal that it has been triggered. Snaring, designed to capture anyone who triggers or enters it. Maiming, to critically injure whoever triggers it. Or death, which is intended to kill whoever activated the lethal device. And then you have the trigger, how it's set off. The difficulty, the challenge rating of the trap, which is equal to the value of the mechanism and engineering skill which is created. So higher you are of that skill, the harder it's going to be for you to avoid it. For instance, scything blade trap built into the base of a treasure chest by a craftsman with mechanism 70 grants a trap of difficulty 70. The trap would therefore use this value as opposed rolls to see if the blade can be spotted, evaded, or disarmed. Now, resistance. How this trap is resisted, typically using brawn, evade, or pairing with combat style, which uses a shield. Resistance is rolled when the trap is triggered. And finally, effect, what happens when the trap is sprung and their victims fail to resist. Usually this results in the alerting of an antagonist if it's an alarm, or the capture of the victims if it's ensnare. Maiming and death traps obviously injure the victim, although some death traps utilize other means that can direct damage to inflict harm, such as drowning or poison. To restrict overly deadly trap, the damage inflicted by these devices is limited by the skill of its creator. Force is noted for those traps which fire projectiles which can be parried. And here is kind of like a quick mention of what kind of damage you do based on the maker's skill. And when it comes to building traps, you use the task rules mentioned prior as the basis for building, which the task round measure is in hourly increments depending on the sophistication of the device. If enhancements are achieved, boosts the trap's difficulty by 5% for each enhancement gained. Yeah, you have some mentions, and these are traps. Quite straightforward. I don't think there is much to mention here. Like, kind of akin to how we've glossed over to the poison part. But nicely descriptive. With all the important elements put together. That's completely fine. And now, towards the penultimate, because I'm not going to read the trap lists or like the trap examples. That's something for you to look at, and plus, you can craft your own. Fine. To the penultimate chapter, visibility, which is a very important aspect in a lot of games. Especially those who do not necessarily have things like, oh, I have dark vision, by the way. The table opposite gives the rough distances in meters for the visibility of man-side objects according to the ambient weather and quality of light, whilst intended to represent human sight, other species may have more acute vision. The eyesight of an Ikari, for instance, might triple these distances. The size of what someone is trying to observe also affects its visibility, as will other factors such as obscuring undergrowth, background terrain, and possible camouflage. Assume the targets with size of 10 or below have that range at which they can be spotted. And larger objects increase the size range by 1 multiple for every 10 points of sizes over 20. So if a size 22 Minotaur can be seen at double the distance, whereas the size 37 can be spotted at triple the distance. The same values can also apply for the primary senses of other creatures, such as the acute senses of smell or hearing. However, in these cases, an alternate modifier should be applied rather than size. Yeah, and here you have like a mention of weather conditions, or like, you know, location conditions compared to day conditions, like to the time of day. And you have daylight, twilight, moonlit night, and moonless night. So, you know, you even have worse options as well. But yeah, damn, the sandstorm and the wind-driven snow are definitely the worst. Ooh. Like even on a full daylight, they're almost equivalent to a moonless night or like a clear and overcast day. Not nice at all. But yeah, quite obvious that, you know, the smaller the creature, the harder it is to notice. The bigger the creature, the easier it is to notice. So, easily applicable here and there, and clearly also the other way around. But yeah, so, and also to take a note that these also take into account the average human as a reference. So, you know, these are the ranges to see a average human. So even if you are playing a smaller creature or a larger creature, those numbers would not be affected. You are modifying these numbers based on creatures that are below or above the size of a normal human. So, you know, a giant will still easily see another giant the same way. You know, the same way a normal human would probably see them. Equally, you know, a pixie would be as easily seen by a human than by a giant. I'm guessing that that's kind of how it generally applies. I don't think they want to complicate it because, yes, I guess to some extent you could take into account the idea that it wouldn't necessarily like fully apply to that there, because you have like also like differences of perspective, because, you know, you have some, you know, a larger creature is you know, looks from way high compared to a smaller creature, and, you know, the smaller they are, the harder are going to be from the perspective, because there might be other obstacles and objects in the way to make it easy for them to perceive that creature outside of just size. Yeah, but speaking of general day conditions, we also have the final chapter, which is weather. Weather conditions can have significant effects on the local environment. The main aspects of weather are precipitation, temperature, and wind. These are detailed for the purposes of modeling weather, magic reduction, reduction of character skills, and calculating the effects of weather on survival. No tables are provided to generate random weather conditions, which are very much setting dependent. So yeah, that's something for you to decide, or maybe look for templates somewhere else, depending on what you're looking for. Precipitations relates to the amount of moisture which falls out of the sky. Depending on the temperature, it can range between rain, sleet, and snow, with hail falling during storms. The base chance of rain is equal to the relative humidity. The amount of rain per hour and duration of the fall can be calculated by looking up the relevant entry. A precipitation table, which, you know, depends on where you find that. Normally, precipitation has little effect on characters, save to slow down travel. If excessive rain causes flooding or snow begins to drift, obscuring or blocking paths. The rain should also make characters wet, which may increase their chances of suffering exposure if the ambient conditions are windy or cold. A few elements to take into account. Then for temperatures, they can vary dramatically due to climate, season, and elevation. Depending on the campaign, world, and where the scenarios are set, the following tables are a guideline for the effects of extreme temperatures on a character. Wearing suitable local clothing permits a character a grace period of their constitution in hours before exposure sets in. After this point, they need to seek shelter or start to suffer fatigue loss. Where characters shift the exposure rate one step cooler, light or moderate gale force winds also shift exposure rate by one step, while strong gales and storm shifts it to 2 steps. So, it makes it even worse. And here we kind of have just a general representation of kind of like wind, temperatures, and precipitations and how exactly they affect. Overall, and finally we have the wind, which especially very strong winds can have adverse effects on activities. A wind strength is represented in kilometers per hour of velocity. Its effect on physical skills, those involving strength or dex, is detailed in the skill grade column. Effects on movement rate, it's in the movement rate column. For example, light gale of strength 50 reduces human walking speed to 2/3 or 4 meters, whilst a strength 95 storm reduces it to 2 meters. So yeah, the stronger the winds, the harder it is to travel. And believe me, I lived in the UK, like a kind of a Portic-ish kind of city. And yeah, whenever it got windy, oh boy, depending on if you're going with or against the wind, traveling was interesting. Traveling was definitely interesting. But yeah, that also covers all the game systems. Also, a good selection, like, again, as mentioned, quite what would be the general parts and that you would encounter within a usual game session. Although some of them, depending on your party, depending on your group, and depending on what all of everyone participating finds fun and enjoyable, maybe less than others, or not necessarily as common, but at the very least it's good that you have to some degree a selection, or you have them exemplified, so whenever that rare occasion comes around, you know how to look for them. Because yeah, a few of them are obvious, like action time movement, that's something that you would most of the time encounter. Character improvement as well. Encumbrance, failing, fatigue are a very important aspect of this game, as well as passion and luck points. Inanimate objects and healing from injuries also are pretty common sides of it. Visibility or weather, depending on how you feel like it, because you could be a bit more forgiving. Again, if you want to add a lot more realism, I guess a few more elements of realism or survival, then yeah, you can have them a bit more ever present. But similar to survival, you might just have them as special moments. In most scenarios, you might just have them as occasional special encounters and utilize that as a reference. And more than anything else, outside of that, you might not necessarily count them too often. Although, as it was mentioned, like weather is also good to be used as a reference for any sort of magical effects that would replicate a weather effect. So it's good, and equally also with visibility. Visibility, yeah, it's a more common one. Traps usually are common, especially for a adventuring party, and anything of the sorts where you're covering dungeons or anything like that. So it would be pretty common. But crafting of traps, on the other hand, depending on your group, it may or not be a thing. But yeah, it covers a clear selection of the basics. I'm sure that there might be some book extensions and something else of the sort that might offer even more details or more additional things. Because again, some game system things could be related to the world itself. You might, as it was mentioned there with the weather, like the weather side, the weather cycles and all that might differ from your setting and locations of within the setting. So it doesn't really make sense to kind of give that to offer that kind of info, because it might not necessarily be applicable to what you want to create, and this entire core book is kind of focused on giving you templates in the places, or giving you templates in the places where, you know, they are generally applicable or could be generally applicable, and also with the liberty then to, you know, create your own. And where there is something that is too, even at its more generalized way, could still be considered specific to a setting. Because you might, I don't know, you might play in a setting that, I don't know, you live on an ice-driven planet. You maybe something related to the Ice Age, and the normal, you know, temperate, you know, weather variances that a normal earthly globe would have could not be applicable, even if we applied the generally earthly globe. Or maybe your entire playthrough is just localized, or entire campaign is just localized within, I don't know, a wintry biome, and at that point you don't really need or care too much about that the variances of you know, that, and at that point it would get like too lengthy. So I'm suspecting that either the creators might have additional resources to give you that information, or you might find online people within the community that could offer some homebrews and examples in how to design and create all of these. But yeah, that covers the game systems. Yeah, so from the looks of it, we're not gonna cover economics and equipment, most likely, as I think, to be fair, this one, you know, income, living standards, class, a lot of it, you know, can really depend on what kind of game you want to run and how exactly you want to run it. And, you know, there's some certain elements, you know, bartering, equipment prices. These are like extra details that probably are just more for you to know after the fact. Yeah, there was like the mention of armor sizes, armor penalty to initiative. It was kind of it's also kind of like mentioned here, but after that point you get into like more, I would say, more hyper specific elements, like, you know, tools, you know, tools, equipment, weapons, maybe at some point, but I don't think so, even though, you know, there's obvious that they are pretty well detailed. I kind of want to just go through the generic. This one is a bit more hyper specific, especially once you get to like equipments and weaponry. It's kind of how we did like the same thing with the GURPS. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna go for that, and we're just gonna leave for next week, for Tuesday, in the game mastery section, because, you know, it's what, 22 pages. So that's quite a lot, and, you know, depending on what exactly it covers, we might have to kind of like speed through it or not. We'll have to see. It's gonna be on the 23rd, so we'll have to figure out how. Maybe I'll be able to, like, you know, extend it or stretch it. To be fair, we're gonna start a bit to our usual, you know, start of the weekday hours, so I might be able to, like, at the very least extend it for like an additional hour or so. So in case we need to, we need a bit more to cover it. Because, you know, game systems, how many pages did that? 14? That was like 14 pages, and took us. Yeah, it might need a few more extra hours, and it need to be a bit more speedy. So yeah, just to be. But thankfully, we're starting a bit early with that one, so it'll be good. But yeah, that covers for it, and I don't think I'm gonna be hanging around any longer, as an ad is about to come towards us pretty soon. So yeah, I'm not gonna delay any longer, and I'm gonna keep an eye out to see who can we jump at and who we can say hi to. Maybe there's somebody doing something, I don't know, RPG adjacent. That would be nice. Try to kind of out. Oh, hold up. having a okay, that sounds actually interesting. I'll dump that. Yeah. Let's put it on the YouTube's side, and now side for the actual raid channel. There we go. We're dropping at Valus, Valus VD, who's also been around the who's been around the stream also for a bit. So why not say hi to him? And from the looks of it, or at least from what I see or mention in the stream title, they might also have like a birthday stream. So also like send some well wishes and all that. Currently playing some Bronzebeard's Tavern. Looks like some sort of like management sim game of a dwarven tavern. From the looks of it, looks kind of fun. Looks charming. So yeah, but anyhow, for anybody new here, when it comes to raiding, the first message is for those who do not subscribe to the channel and don't have access to the emotes, and the second one is for those who do, and you also have an example with the emotes actually in play, because the bot am poor and I don't have a sub given to the bot. So yeah, that's kind of how it is. But anyhow, that's gonna be it. This is the last full week of streaming at this point, but not the last streams. I'm still gonna stream on Monday and Tuesday, and those are gonna be the final 2 streams of 2025, and then I'm gonna return on January 3rd with some more shenanigans. We're gonna do Warframe, and we're gonna finish up Mythras next week, so that's gonna be the plan. I'll see you then. You've been amazing. Don't you forget that. I'll see you on the flip side. Bye.